So, Alex, I don't know if I told you, but I'm actually in for Max today. I'm running video, so I guess just
Okay.
be prepared if Austin's not ready. Hopefully, he's in soon.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Hmm.
Check.
Grant,
At
anything
this
from
time,
mine?
the broadcast will
All right,
begin in
it's
30 seconds.
No, he's good to go.
cool.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold with you. Austin Huff will join us here in just a second as well, dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties, but I believe he has got that resolved. He'll join us here in just a second. We got MLB trade deadline that could get really active during the show today, so we'll get into some baseball throughout the show. Could we actually see some of the bigger names moved? Will it be a quieter trade deadline? If you're paying any attention the last day or so, you know the Detroit Tigers have reshuffled their rotation this weekend. A lot of people believe they finally are going to end up trading away some pieces, and could Tarek Skubal end up as an LA Dodger by the time we get to Monday evening? Maybe by the time this show is over. We shall see. So we'll talk some baseball. We certainly will get into training camp as everybody is a weekend to camp. Pads will start getting on for some teams as soon as tomorrow and Monday. You guys know you can always hit us up on YouTube and on Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Chat over there. Also, you can hit us up over on the phone line, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Austin Huff is with us now. What's going on, my man? You know what? You made it in. I shouldn't even have said anything. You actually, I think nobody would have known. I should have waited 10
No
more
one would have
seconds
known.
and we would have been fine.
Yeah. Now, honestly, I could have make it into like hour number 4, and I don't think anyone would even realize I wasn't there. Honestly, let's be honest. But no, yeah, just a little technical difficulties on a Saturday morning. That paired on top with it's raining outside, and I had to help my wife get the daughters loaded into the car off to swim lessons. It's just like it's one of those mornings where it's like I'm running around with a chicken with my head cut off, and I come back here. I sit down with like 15, close to 20 minutes to spare, and I'm like, okay, let's boot up the computer, let's get everything connected, let's get in early, and then it's just not working, and then you're just like, you just go into full mode. And if I had an IT department here, because obviously I do this Saturday show from the comfort of my own home. If I had an IT department in my own home, I know exactly what they say. Did you turn it off and turn it back on again? And so that's what I resorted to, and then it still didn't work. So jokes on you, IT guys. That isn't always the answer, but somehow I troubleshooted my way to victory, and here we are.
We've made it. We're good to go for the next 5 hours here on Westwood One Sports. I know it's a tough day anyway for Austin. Earlier this week, I notified him of the news in his favorite football league. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show.
Oh yeah, now
Very
we'll talk
predictable.
UFL.
Well, I mean, now that you bought me a shirt, I have full reign to discuss the UFL whenever I want, I think, even if I'm not wearing the shirt. But I saw a team folded this week. Who could have predicted that?
Sure,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure I said back in
Okay,
February that I don't talk about these
all right.
leagues.
Before you start dancing on graves, it's one team that's folded. It was the Birmingham Stallions in one of the smallest markets in the UFL, and like there's been teams that have folded prior to the league, though. That's the thing you need to focus on. The league is still going strong. The heart and soul of
Hmm.
spring football is still riding strong. And like, and look, it's going to take a lot to make the extreme football league go under, because they have gone under before, and guess what, they come right back out just like the Undertaker. It's almost like the XFL is scripted just as much as its wrestling counterpart is.
It might be. It might be. And they may have to go with that route a little bit more to get more people interested to keep that league afloat. Anyway, all jokes aside, let's get into some training camp stuff, as there's a lot of headlines coming out in the last week, most notably with a quarterback that for about 8 weeks last year was a legitimate MVP candidate. And I'm talking about Baker Mayfield down in Tampa. He wanted a new contract. And months back, he set a deadline of training camp. Well, here we are. They did not agree to a deal. He claims, according to reports from Jeremy Fowler, that there was an offer on the table for 2 years, but it was, quote, pretty far from the $50 million per year that Baker was seeking. And he was disappointed about the amount of years. They weren't willing to commit to him. He then went and had a press conference, media availability, as any quarterback would during camp. And in that press conference, he said he felt disrespected and undervalued. The Bucs reportedly not too thrilled that he called the organization out. And so you have that going on. You got Vita Vea wanting a trade out of Tampa. I don't know about you. This seems like with Todd Bowles, who I'm surprised they actually retained as their head coach, feels like the Bucs are certainly trending in the wrong direction in a division that we all know has been pitiful for years. But the Bucs seemingly are headed in the wrong way here in the NFC South. And now you've got sideways with your quarterback and what appears to maybe be the final year in Tampa. I really think this is it for Baker in Tampa. And if he has a decent year, he'll have plenty of options in free agency with some teams that don't get the quarterback they want in next year's draft.
Yeah, it honestly would be a shame if they aren't able to make this work, because Baker Mayfield has been nothing but the best possible quarterback to be the guy after the guy. Obviously, they had Tom Brady there for 2 seasons, and uh, Baker Mayfield has been a fantastic Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Up until last year, he won the division every year. And so it's not like it's not like he hasn't earned the contract that he got. And obviously he got that is the 3-year $100 million contract after his first season in Tampa. And now he's basically saying, "Hey, I feel like comparatively to my quarterback counterparts, I have been in the upper third of the league when it comes to performance." Obviously, like you just said, he was an MVP candidate for most of last year. He had an incredible last year until injuries just did him in. Uh, I don't. I actually agree with Baker Mayfield here, where he is undervalued. And it's kind of been the Baker Mayfield story his entire career, dating back to college, right? Like didn't make it work at Texas Tech, then goes to OU, becomes dominant at OU, wins a Heisman, becomes the number 1 overall pick. And then even when he got into the league, though, a little kind of I don't want to say disrespected, but just kind of like not thought of as highly as maybe he should be, as his play suggests that he should be. And I just like you look at the list of starting quarterbacks in the NFL, and I don't think Baker's asking to be the highest paid quarterback in football. I don't think anyone would make
No,
him the
not at
highest
all.
paid quarterback in the league, but top third, probably. Yeah, he's probably earned that. Like, the fact that, guys like Justin Herbert are making more than him. I mean, Brock Purdy is making more than him. Like, why isn't Baker Mayfield? And maybe you could say, well, he hasn't gotten over to that Super Bowl hump. He hasn't made it into, he hasn't won the NFC yet, any of that, but he has done his job and done it at a time when, replacing literally the greatest quarterback of all time. I feel like he's done everything that's been asked of him.
No, he has. And Baker's extremely likable at this point in time, I think, in his career. People enjoy watching him play. You're getting max effort every single time. But I'll be honest, as much as I agree with him that he deserves a contract, there's part of me that understands where the Bucs are at. Play this out for one more year. There's a good chance, guys, and I don't think the Bucs are a playoff team this year, so maybe that's just me, but I don't think they're a playoff team, so likely Todd Bowles gets fired. You're having a brand new regime come in. Maybe they keep the general manager Jason Light around. He's done a very nice job for them. But my guess is the coaching staff will be gone. Do they just go ahead and wipe the slate clean and say, we're going to go ahead and pursue a different angle, a different path forward with a new head coach who wants his quarterback in there? Baker, he's a year older. I believe he just turned 31, if I'm not mistaken. Does he stay healthy over the next couple of years? I get both sides of this argument, but I'll tell you, the Bucs have no business being upset with Baker Mayfield at his media availability, saying, hey, look, I wanted a long-term deal. I want to be here. They showed that they really don't want that. Like, that's just the way it goes, Tampa. If you're not going to get a deal done, your quarterback has the platform to do what he did. So I think Baker will use this as motivational this year. Maybe that's what you're hoping for if you're a Bucs fan. Otherwise, I think this is the last year for Baker there. And I am a little concerned just where he'll probably trend in the latter years of his career. I mean, at BetMGM right now, guys, he's got the 18th best odds, if there's a such thing as that, to win MVP at 40-1. I have no interest in betting that whatsoever. Last year would have been the year to get it done. He had the 8-week stretch where he got up there in the betting markets. I don't think that's happening. There's no Mike Evans there anymore. I'm just very down on Tampa in 2026.
Yeah, it is. There just needs to be better communication there, right? Like these are things that should be taken care of behind closed doors, like the conversations. Like if the Bucs aren't ready, they could say that, like, listen, you've been nothing but a consummate pro for us since you joined our franchise. We don't want to get a deal done until after the season. We want to focus on it this year, see how it plays out, because obviously I don't think they're going to, be upfront about, we don't know if head coach is going to be here next year, but
right.
But just having that open conversation and literally like treating, a guy who has been nothing but a pro's pro for you for the last, 4 years, be a pro's pro with him in return and let him know what you're thinking. That way he doesn't speak out, and that's the thing about Baker Mayfield. It's like, Baker Mayfield is one of those guys. Like he's going to voice his opinion. I've been glued to the quarterback doc this year with Netflix, mainly because it's the only thing that has even featured Cam Ward in anything this year, or the last 2 years. Really, it's like the only, and even then, like he still only gets like maybe 5-minute clips versus the entire hour-long episode. But still, that's neither here nor there. Baker Mayfield has been awesome in that docuseries, and it's been it's been cool to kind of been taken down a memory lane with Baker and his entire career. And yeah, he does say what's on his mind. He talks openly about, that guy screwed me over in Carolina, I got to beat him. And I've never beaten the 49ers, so that one felt good to finally beat them. And he's just like, and you could tell he plays, and I mean, this is no state secret, Baker Mayfield plays with a chip on his shoulder every time he takes a football field. He finds that edge, and maybe this is just him trying to find that edge this year. Obviously, when he was in a contract year, his first year in Tampa, he was on a prove-it deal, and he earned that $100 million contract after that first year. So maybe this will just get him to play better. And for Baker, it's kind of a good situation because either the Bucs are going to sign you back for more than what you've gotten and what you were asking, or someone else will. Because I guarantee you, there is a list of at least 15 NFL teams that would love to have Baker Mayfield on their team. So, if anything, this adds fuel to the fire to a Bucs team, like you said, is kind of going through the ringer this offseason with Vita Vea demanding a trade, and it's just it does kind of feel like the walls are starting to crack and starting to crumble. There's no better like runway for Baker to take off this year than what we're seeing.
Yeah, I know we're going to do our divisional previews and eventually get over to the NFC South. I mean, this was a division the Carolina Panthers won a year ago, and it's not like they were a 10-win football team or a 12-win football team. It took 8 wins or whatever it was to get it done. And so, you're not asking the Bucs to be a great team to win the division. But I don't know what you make of their win total even. I just took a quick glance. I know we weren't planning on talking about it, but basically over-unders, if you look at some of the betting markets, 8 or more wins is minus 130 for them. Now, they are in a bad division, so maybe you think that, okay, that they got a chance. They're not going to get swept or anything crazy like that in that division. But I'm probably staying away from that number. This feels like a team that wins 8 or 9 games again, not a team that's winning 10 or 11. And that will likely result in them cleaning house if that's the case. But like I think in that division right now, if you were to look at some teams, I don't think Carolina's repeating as divisional champs. I don't like the Bucks, so that leaves me with the Falcons and the Saints. And I know we're going to talk about some of the injuries going on at camp right now. We know the Falcons are dealing with Tua's back injury. Penix is still coming back from the knee. Hell, the best throw at their training camp so far has been Matt Ryan, who was just throwing the football around before practice the other day, and he's in their front office.
Yeah, right. No, you're not wrong. I mean, it's definitely there for the taking, and I mean they darn near should have won the division for a fifth straight year last year, just with how close it was coming down to the Panthers down to the wire. But the Bucks do have a really tough schedule. It's funny how hard that second place finish schedule gets you, right? Because like you're thinking, okay, first place schedule's got to be really tough. The second place schedule last year, I mean, like they have to play Baltimore. They have to they go on they play the NFC North this year, which is a hellion of a
Brutal.
division. Right. They've got Pittsburgh. They take on Dallas. Like it's not an easy walk down the road for the Bucks. But all the more reason why it's like you need to make sure that for the Bucks' sake, you need to make sure your quarterback's happy, and for Baker's sake, like you also you want to tread lightly because you don't want this to be a detriment for if you do hit free agency in March, other teams not wanting to touch you just based off of. And I'm not going to say he disparaged, like all the headlines made it seem like what he said was way worse than what it actually was. If you actually hear him talking, it wasn't as bad as the salacious headlines make it out to be. But he was basically saying like, hey, I think I deserve more. You don't want to, it's a tightrope that you have to walk in that position to, and not make any of your teammates angry too, because there's still a locker room full of guys that you have to lead down that gauntlet of a schedule. So it's like a Cirque du Soleil act he's working right now.
But I'll give him credit because the reason why he set this deadline is he did not want to be a hold-in or, they do the hold-in stuff. Now, he didn't want to do that, and he wants to be – so I actually think that was his way of not screwing over his teammates, right? So to me, that's why he's probably extra frustrated. He was trying to set this deadline because he didn't want to do the hold-in thing and anything like that during training camp. He's going to play. I think he's going to give max effort, and we'll see how this plays out. But all likelihood, I think this is his final year in Tampa. All right, coming up next, let's get to some of the other training camp headlines around the National Football League, some of the injuries as well, coming up here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We're just getting going here on Westwood One Sports. Again, we stream the show on video as well, YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. You can also, of course, listen to the show on the Odyssey app, the Westwood One Sports app, affiliates across the country over on Sirius XM Channel 375 as well. We'll get to the list here in about 20 minutes or so. We add an item or two to the list each and every week, something that is bugging us, sports or non-sports. We'll fill you in on what we added last week, and we'll see what direction we're heading in. I've got an item, or I should say a person, to add to the list this week. But let's talk some more training camp. And unfortunately, a lot of injuries in the headlines as well. One that just occurred minutes ago in my neck of the woods, actually, and I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's not a household name. But if you are in the fantasy football world, if you're locked into the training camps around the league, one of the big stories in the last 24 hours or so of Chiefs training camp has been their fifth-round pick wide receiver, Cyrus Allen. And he was already running with the ones, and he has been the story of camp. Mahomes has clearly trusted him. He made a great one-handed catch in traffic yesterday that got everybody talking and people getting really excited about what he might be able to bring. He probably is more likely in competition for the number 4 wide receiver spot, but people were starting to get more excited about what he could be. And I say were because now we don't know. Minutes ago, up in training camp, which is about an hour from where I'm broadcasting from, he collided with a teammate on special teams punt rep. He stayed down on the ground. You can watch the video. He needed help off the field. He left the field on a cart. Now, it was in the front of the cart. That's notable. There's a big difference between being in the front of the cart and the back of the cart, but it appeared to be maybe a left knee injury, according to Nate Taylor of ESPN. So that's a bummer, because not that they were necessarily counting on him, but he was becoming the story of camp and someone that maybe they thought they found a gym. Hopefully it's something minor and he's only out for a few days. That's a significant injury to watch. And then in Buffalo, within the last, 20 minutes or so, CJ Gardner-Johnson, their corner they bring in out of free agency, he is dealing with an injury, and I believe the latest on him is a lower leg injury. Some reports talking about maybe an Achilles, but that's not confirmed. So never want to see these injuries, but they always happen, man, in the beginning of camp.
Yeah, it's honestly the buzzkill of all of this, right? Like, it's like, here you are, you're so excited. It's like Christmas morning, you're getting ready to unwrap your presents, and then your mom's like, "Oh, that one in the corner that's shaped like an Xbox that you've been eyeing, that you really wanted for so long that we finally got you. Yeah, you can't play that for at least another year." Like, we're gonna hold that in our closet until next Christmas. Like, that's essentially what the Bills are going through. If this is as serious as it's seeming, it sucks, because CJ Gardner-Johnson was a guy that was really going to help them on the back end of that defense.
The weird parallels with these injuries. So Kaiir Elam was a top pick for the Bills, right? And he's been a bust. He became a free agent. He signed with Kansas City. He's the player Cyrus Allen just collided in that caused the injury. Then CJ Gardner-Johnson is now the corner in Buffalo, and he has a lower leg injury. So it's just kind of
wait a minute
connection there.
Throw on your tinfoil hat. Is he a mole for the Bills, right? Like, is he going double secret probation, undercover, trying to dismantle the Chiefs season before it even starts? I don't know. Look, I'm just here to ask the questions. You do your own research. Keep your third eye open, people.
Yeah, and again, Cyrus Allen, we're talking about a guy that's fourth receiver for this team, even though he's been the story for camp. So I don't want to overblow it and act like this is Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy.
Well,
getting
with
hurt,
the injuries. With the injuries the Chiefs had last year, I mean, fourth wide receiver could bump his way up to number 2 wide receiver by November. So
more than fair.
Like, that's a team
more than fair.
I mean, the Chiefs are a team that is like, they need coming off of what was a nightmare last year, based off of the seasons prior. They need literally like all positive vibes and juju going into this year as they can get, right? And like Cyrus Allen, like you said, like that was a young guy who looked like he was going to be able to contribute at some point. And Patrick Mahomes, man, like with him basically saying, hey, I'm not running as much this next season. I'm going to be, being more of a pocket passer, kind of the way, Brady and some other quarterbacks that we've seen did later on in their careers. he's going to need as many weapons as he can get to
Absolutely.
if he's going to sit back in that pocket.
Absolutely. I will say, just having been up in camp for a couple days this week, Patrick Mahomes, this is not just me being a homer here in Kansas City. He looks great, man. He looks great. Now, they're not in pads yet, and obviously quarterbacks are protected in training camp. And so what happens when he's actually getting tackled, that first hit and everything like that? But if I just showed you film from camp, or you went up to St. Joe with me and watched, and he didn't have a brace on, and you didn't have any knowledge of an injury, you would have no clue the guy tore an ACL and LCL with the way he's looked this particular week. I'm serious. So we'll see what happens when the games are on, but he looks really good.
I've seen a few of the clips out of Chiefs camp because I'm much like I think most of the NFL is fascinated to see what Patrick Mahomes looks like coming off of last year, and then also coming off of basically ripping the alphabet soup in his knee. I feel like he is. There was that one throw that I saw in a clip where he kind of overthrew. It was like in a red zone period, overthrew a pass, and he jumped up because he was angry at himself for missing the ball. Jumps up in the air and comes back down landing. And I think every single person watching that, whether you were a Chiefs homer or a Chiefs hater, everyone was like, like everyone took a gasp of breath as he's in the air, like, land that safely. Do not like fall back down and like Martin Grammatica your knee.
Absolutely, yeah, no, 100%, 100%. And the first time he scrambles, all those times that it happens this year, the first hit, all that, it's going to be nerve-wracking for a lot of people. Now, staying with quarterback injuries, though, I mentioned Atlanta in the last segment. Tua, he's dealing with some back injury, undisclosed flare-up. This guy has an injury history. He looks like he's the number one quarterback there in Atlanta because Michael Penix still isn't good to go with the knee injury. Thinking of surgeries and knee injuries that he had last year. They had to sign Cooper Rush this week just to get some reps because they need somebody to throw the football. You got to have enough quarterbacks to throw the football around. And so I don't think right now it should be concerning for Falcons fans that this is going to linger, but it's something to watch. Like I believe Tua will be the week one starter for the Atlanta Falcons. And I think with Kevin Stefanski and that roster, they got a real chance to win this division. I think you look at the talent on that roster. They, to me, should be the favorite to win that division, and they'd be my pick right now. But I need to know that Tua's back is not going to have a problem for the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Jack Strand, who's also at Falcons camp. The quarterback out of he's
that?
A rookie quarterback. Oh, Jack Strand? Do you don't know Jack Strand? Rookie quarterback out of Minnesota Moorhead, and he doesn't. Now look, if you look him up on ESPN.com, he doesn't even have a bio picture yet, but that's probably coming once he takes the league by storm. And this is how he does it: the quarterbacks ahead of him get hurt, and he ends up, balling out for like 2 weeks in the NFL, and then he comes crashing back down to earth, and then eventually Tua regains his starting position when he comes back from whatever injury he's dealing with, and then Jack Strand next year signs on with the UFL, baby.
Well, that last part is probably realistic, yeah.
I'm predicting it. Now. I'm calling my shot. Jack Strand he has UFL quarterback written all over him. The fact that the Tua goes down and the Falcons are like, well, you know what? We have got to sign someone else because, yes, we've got Penix, but we got to get Cooper Rush in here because we don't even know who Jack Strand is. To us, the dude doesn't even have a face. Based off of his ESPN.
Well, they don't have anybody to throw the football. I mean, two of their quarterbacks can't even throw passes at camp. They just have to have some bodies to throw the football around. So my guess is Cooper Rush will get cut by the time we get to week 1. But yeah, they might ask you to throw the football around here pretty soon, Austin. They need somebody to do it.
I was pretty good flag football quarterback after I at the University of Missouri, won a couple of championships. Don't want to toot my own horn, but I will if it gets me a training camp invite to the Falcons.
Are you making a run for the 2028 Olympic flag football team?
Now look, I don't want to disparage those guys because as we saw when the pros took on the flag football guys, they got their, asses handed to them because those flag football guys are legitimately good. Those flag football guys are better than our NFL players are at flag football. It is unreal. So I don't want them to come after me. I know they are a mighty bunch, and I think I respect them too much to say that I'm better than them. But look, I'm not saying I'm better or I'm not good enough to play for the Falcons this year. That's for sure.
In that division, some more injuries I want to run through. So the Panthers have gotten beat up throughout camp. They got 2 tackles that have been hurt, and then their stud edge rusher, linebacker Nick Skirden out for the season with an ACL, an absolute bummer for him and for the Panthers there. The Saints, Brian Brees, out for the season with an ACL. These are just devastating injuries that happen so quickly in the offseason program in that division that is fairly wide open. And then you have the Bengals. We don't know the extent yet, but Shamar Stewart, one of their top picks from a year ago, dealing with a leg injury. And then I think the more interesting storyline injury-wise for a team that we think could be a playoff team is also in San Francisco with Ricky Pearsall dealing with this knee injury, so much so they signed Deebo Samuel this week to a 1-year contract worth about $8 million. He returns out to the Bay Area. We know Brandon Ayuk is never going to really return to that team. So Ricky Pearsall, unable to stay healthy. This seems like more of a serious knee injury for him, the fact that they signed Deebo.
Yeah, it does kind of suck because that does take a hit to what was shaping up to be at least a pretty good wide receiver room, with all things considered, with the drama of Brandon Ayuk and him not returning, because Brandon Ayuk, for as much drama as he brings, he is quite the talent on the field. So that is a weapon that Brock Purdy misses. But I actually do like the signing of Deebo Samuel, because that is just a utility weapon. And, anytime you can get both him and a guy like Christian McCaffrey on the field at the same time, that's a guy like Kyle Shanahan's dream, just the versatile player like that. So it is like a good consolation prize for missing Ricky Pearsall, but that is a huge blow to the Niners, and I guess those electromagnetic fields right next to the practice fields there in San Francisco, they wasted no time getting back to work, and they're showing up to camp in their best shape of their lives.
It continues to be a Niners team that has injury after injury. They're hoping once the regular season hits, they have a bit more luck. We also know this is all going on while Kyle Shanahan is integrating back and more detail. That story, this gets weirder and weirder.
Oh my gosh.
The Kyle Shanahan car crash. The law enforcement in that area said there will not be body cam footage, I guess legally, because there was no criminal complaint or charges or anything. They don't have to, even if you do a records request, they don't have to grant you the body cam footage. Kyle Shanahan came out, and I'll give him some credit. He took at least accountability after he realized people were going to find out anyway. And he said, hey, no, it was my fault. It wasn't the other driver's fault. It's just been a weird, what do you hide? If you're not hiding anything, you're sure making it seem like you're hiding something. It's weird.
So that story broke while we were on the air last Saturday. And at the time we were like, oh my gosh, we're just, obviously happy Kyle Shanahan's okay. We're still collecting so much information, but if you remember, like I said, this happened July 14th. So it's clearly been a few weeks since it happened. So clearly everything should be okay. Otherwise we would have, they would have gotten TMZ'd, right? We would have heard about the details if they were any worse than that or anything like that. But the weird thing is, since that coming out, is the ESPN reporters that I guess broke this news were sitting on it for 2 weeks. And they knew about it, but they just weren't reporting it. And it's weird to me that, there's the NFL now owns 10% of ESPN, right? So there is that partnership there, and they are in bed together. And now reporters are sitting on stories and it's not like it's a salacious story, right? It's not like it doesn't appear, at least anyway, that there was any wrongdoing. Obviously it was first reported that it was the driver's fault. Now it has since come out that it was Kyle Shanahan's fault, and he was reaching for a phone while driving, and so but there was no there's no Diana Rossini slant to this. There's no salacious material, which is all the weirder why whoever was reporting this was sitting on this story, because it does have football implications. Kyle Shanahan missing training camp, that's football implications.
right? Like him missing any time of camp, that has implications on football. So fans, media partners, like we have the right to know. So why would you sit on this story? It just makes it. There's a lot of weirdness there that I feel like we haven't uncovered yet.
That, and I think we both know the reality. If this was a football player instead of a coach, are those reporters hanging on the information the same way?
That's a
I don't
great
think
question.
so. Look, in the air, anybody that's been on a beat before, as in sports, covering a team for a living or whatever, there's a balance, right, of what you have to do. There's relationships that you do have to protect. Not telling you not to report anything, but it gets into this weird access part of it. These teams will, there's a reality that probably people don't know that are behind the scenes, right? Of you have to, in order to do your job, have access to the team. And there's certain teams and PR individuals and staffs that will try to pressure you, and I wonder if that's what was happening here. And that's where it gets really tricky. And especially, as you said, if your outlet that you work for is, let's say it's an ESPN or somebody like that, that does have the direct tie to the National Football League. But if this was a player, if this was, let's just keep with Ricky Pearsall, if it was Ricky Pearsall that had an incident like this, I don't think the reporters or any of us wait 2 weeks to find out.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that's a great point, and it's weird. You don't want, like, journalists are supposed to be like the bearers of truth, right? Like, you're supposed to make teams, franchises sweat based off of because you're supposed to bring light to the things that are trying to be staying in the shadows. And if you're basically placating to the franchise, if the franchise is saying, hey, sit on this story until we announce it the first day of camp, why? If you're sitting on this story, why? That you're not doing your job. Your job is to report the news. The news is, as of July 14th, when that wreck happens, the news is that Kyle Shanahan got in a wreck and broke some bones, and is probably going to miss the beginning of camp. Why was that not reported as soon as that story hit the desk of whatever reporter got it? I don't know. It's just a weird, icky feeling, and I hate the idea that this is the way that news outlets are going, is by placating to the people with money, to the franchises and everything, because that's not the way. That's not what journalism is supposed to be.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Coming up next, we get to the list. We each add an item or maybe an individual to the list, sports or non-sports, that is bugging us. We'll review what we added last week, your suggestions as well. You can chat with us over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. We'll get to the list right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
I forgot to mention this too. So Max actually isn't here today. I'm filming for him running the video side, so I'm not really going to be able to cut as many clips as I usually do. But if there's anything specific you want, let me know.
Down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. All you have to do to use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. And if you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. It is time to get to the list. If you're just joining us for the first time, each and every week we add an item or two or person, something sports, non-sports that is bugging us. You guys can submit some options. Just for example, last week we added a Dominican model who tried to kidnap me when I was in Punta Cana. Austin added Tom Brady because he's a hater.
Uh-huh.
And the week or two before, we added people that take their shoes off on planes, hydration breaks, people who film fireworks shows. And that brings us to this week. I will be brief with mine and real quickly add someone that I think clearly deserves to be on the list because he had a plan of his absolutely backfire, and I could not be more thrilled. I am talking about the head of FIFA who just wrapped up the World Cup and decided to get even more greedy and maybe even more corrupt. And this time UEFA and CONCACAF and other soccer federations said, no, you can't do this, as Gianni Infantino wanted to privatize part of the FIFA World Cup. He wanted to sell 21% of the FIFA World Cup to private investors, and immediately CONCACAF, UEFA said, you don't have the right to do this. Oh, and if you want to do it, we're going to boycott the World Cup. And I'm glad they did. It put enough pressure on them, so much so that we got the news last night that Infantino is pulling back his plan. And now there's these federations that are considering a vote of no confidence. So there's a chance that this whole thing may have cost this dude his job because he got so greedy, and FIFA's very corrupt anyway. We're adding Infantino to the list, and maybe FIFA as a whole to the list, honestly.
Good. It's about time, honestly. We probably should have added him to the list before the World Cup even started. I don't think there's a non-corrupt bone in that dude's body.
It's crazy. The problem is, though, Austin. Sorry, real quick. Yeah. So the problem is, Austin, is whoever they bring in to be the next president, if he gets forced out, let's not act like that dude's not going to be.
That's fair. Yeah, right. I think that's like the one stipulation for the job is like they walk in, they're like, "Are you corrupt?" Okay, all right, then yeah, I think you're qualified for the job. That's like the only question they ask in the interview. The thing I am adding to the list this week. People who overreact to NFL training camp. You are added to the list. Getting excited about training camp is like getting excited about the local real estate ad slides that run before the trailers before the movie at your local movie theater. Like, no joke. If the NFL season is the movie we're waiting for, the preseason is the movie trailers before the movie. And then the start of training camp is that ad slideshow that runs before the trailer. Like, even Maria Menounos can't get that hyped for the Hollywood trivia she throws our way. Now, if you think AI wrote this take, then I'll admit you're right. Because here I am clamoring that we're talking about practice. We're talking about practice, not a game, but practice. And yeah, I'm talking about the only AI that I recognize, Allen Iverson. But if the start of NFL teams beginning unpadded practices against air gets you riled up, then I guess you're the one with artificial intelligence. Like, did you see that, how slow that rookie looked in that ladder drill in 96-degree heat? Dude, you work in real estate. The hell you know about proper footwork? Especially when you consider that I'm not sure what has less. The number of pixels that video was shot on by your local beat writer or the number of brain cells you have to think it matters. These doofuses online will be like, wow, Cornell Tate caught a pass from a Titans quarterback. He's got to be the next Randy Moss, confirmed. Or Drake May overthrew A.J. Brown in a single rep in practice. Looks like Diana Rossini's going to have to make another playlist for her man. Or Jacoby Lane made an insane grab on a Lamar Jackson pass. Sorry, Jerry Rice, your time as the GOAT is over. Marvin Harrison Jr. dropped a pass? My man might be more shot than his dad's custom-made Belgium handgun found at his car wash. Like, if you found yourself making any of these arguments on God's green internet this week, maybe put the phone down and consider not replying to every regurgitated video Dov Kleiman engagement farms with. Because freaking out over training camp is like reviewing the entire meal based on the breadbasket. And we don't need your Chicken Little conclusions whenever a player drops a pass thrown in their breadbasket. The sky isn't falling. Our respect for you is. Check the calendar. It's the beginning of August. This season starts in mid-September. Walmart putting out Halloween decorations on July 5th thinks you're jumping the gun a bit. So look, maybe take a walk, touch grass, hit up the concession stand in the lobby and grab some popcorn. There's still a while until the movie starts. And Maria Menounos trivia questions aren't the Gray Sports Almanac you think they are. So people who overreact to training camp, you're added to the list.
Okay, so the last part is key because if you're just saying the overreaction to training camp needs to be on the list, I'm with you. If you're saying training camp and people being excited about camp is the list, then I got a problem with it because training camp is fun, man. Training camp's fun, but people do overreact. There's no doubt about that. It was kind of the whole thing we were just discussing a little while ago, even with Cyrus Allen prior to this injury. Like, hey, they're not even in pads yet. Let's take a deep breath here. My favorite thing is someone that watches a clip and acts like a lineman got beat, but they're not even in pads yet, and they don't know how deep the line. Like, someone thinks someone got beat, but if they rush too deep, then in the pocket, then it doesn't matter if he got beat or not. That's fine. So people don't know what they're talking about sometimes. I'm with you there. But no, training camp's fun. You sound like a bit of a hater for football.
Okay.
UFL,
So
man.
Hang on. Yeah, because that's actual football. That is actual football. Training camp is literally just practice. It's guys running through drills. Now, yes, what I'm adding to the list is people who overreact to training camp. But I very easily could add people that get overly excited about training camp because it's literally just grown men running footwork drills. Like, it's literally just guys going against pads, running routes against air. Like, why do we not get that excited about the Tuesday through Friday practices throughout the regular season? Because the games are the only thing that matters. The games are the only thing that matters. This is literally just practice. It's guys dusting the cobwebs off. It is so dumb to get so hyped about training camp.
I'll give you the non-padded practices. Non-padded practices are terrible. They're boring. When the pads get on next week, those are actually not too bad. Your comparison, though, and you know this, you played in college. You know that game week practices are not the same as your practices that you had back in July or August. And the same thing applies in the NFL, especially with the rules.
Look, if you're playing and you want to get excited about training camp, that's great. But as fans, what are we doing? Like, it leads to the people getting overly dramatic about like Marvin Harrison Jr. dropping a pass in practice. It's like, so what? It's practice. It literally means nothing.
Social media has definitely caused the overreaction to be more because anybody can slice a 15-second clip of a player and make them look good or bad in the social media. I mean, there was a basic post route with nobody around him and no pads caught by Rashee Rice yesterday, and it got 2.2 million views. Why?
Right.
Why?
Right.
Happened. But all right, I agree with about 30% of your take. About 30% of the list. All right.
And you know me.
You know
me. I love football. I watch the UFL. I love football. But watching football practice is not the same thing.
Up next, let's talk MLB trade deadline.
You sent his number to Ryan, right, Zach? Okay. Damn, that's spicy. Schefter just tweeted last hour that there's a Parag Marthi is going to focus on Premier League soccer, leaving the 49ers organization. I don't know how big of a news that is. Somebody higher up, executive-wise, yeah. Alex, you know who Sam McDowell is? He posted a video of Allen. He was not putting any weight on his left.
Noon hour out east here on Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll check in with Andrew Pirloff from Athlon Sports. Of course, you guys know him in the past from the Dan Patrick Show. We'll talk a little NFC East football with him. Also, a story that he wrote in Athlon Sports this week around the 49ers. You know, Austin and I were just talking about Kyle Shanahan and this car wreck and the bizarre circumstances around it, an organization that can't stay healthy. I think most people believe Kyle Shanahan is one of the best play callers and offensive minds in the league, but could this be his final year in San Francisco? That's something that Andrew Pirloff started writing about this week. It's kind of amazing to think about, but we'll talk to him about that very thing here in 20 minutes. You guys can always interact on YouTube and Twitch by searching BetMGM Tonight. You could also hit us up on the phone line, whether it's a call or a text. Don't forget about that. Hit us up at 310-840-4910. We are just a few days away, though, from the MLB trade deadline. Monday, 6 o'clock Eastern time, I believe is the exact time there, depending on where you're at, time zone-wise. And everybody is sitting around waiting for the first big move really to happen. And it's complicated, as we've talked for weeks, because of where the American League is at and what teams still think they got a shot. We all know what the expanded wild card over the last 5 to 10 years, whatever, that has led to this as well. And I think we got a little bit of insight, Austin, on the Tigers finally. You know, they were saying, no, we're not ready to throw in the towel. We're not ready to throw in the towel. But post All-Star break, the Tigers just have not made that run that they were hoping they were going to make. Yes, they're in the AL Central, where right now, you know, if you look at it, it's jumbled up. I think the Twins are only 3.5 back even at this point in time. The Guardians are 3.5 back. The White Sox are still there in that divisional race to top it. The Tigers are 6.5 back, though. And I think they didn't make the run they needed to make, and now they move around Casey Mize start. I think this is all signaling we're about to see the Tigers make a couple of trades and throw in the towel. And I think it's the right decision, honestly, to move Skubal.
Yeah, it is. It is funny that it's like, you if I'm an AL Central team, maybe outside of the Royals, it's like, I'm not looking to move because I think anyone in that division still has a chance, especially what we saw just last year with that insane run that the Indians went on at the end of the year, right? Like, so, or excuse me, the Guardians. Wow. All right, I'll have to put $1 in the swear jar, I guess. But it is. Like, it is funny that it's like the Tigers are kind of just thrown in the towel. They're only 6.5 back of the division and 3.5 back of the third wild card slot. But I think it's no state secret that Tarek Skubal is getting on the move. And yeah, like as you mentioned, Casey Mize getting his start moved. That is basically the handwriting on the wall. We are officially on hashtag Hug Watch this weekend with the deadline coming down on Monday. Like, if anyone gets pulled from a game, just keep that camera focused on that guy as he goes into the dugout. And and we can see, is it a hug based off of, hey, great game today? Or is it a hug of, hey, enjoy your move to Southern California or wherever it may be? And Tarek Skubal, obviously the reports came out this week from Bob Nightingale that, his desired location is the Los Angeles Dodgers, which honestly, I think we should start reporting. We should start reporting if that's not their desired location, because I'm pretty sure every player that plays baseball at any level, their desired location right now is the Los Angeles Dodgers. And it's looking like, and look, I think outside of the Tigers just demanding just an outrageous price, and even still, I mean, like the Dodgers can afford just about anything. I think he's going to end up with the Dodgers, but unless they just like completely, it's funny. It's like how much can you like ask for Tarek Skubal that the Dodgers won't be able to demand? Prospects, money, like what, contract unloading, like they can basically answer the bell to just about anything.
No question. And this is the right decision, though. I mean, we've seen teams in the past try to hang on for dear life. The reality is, you're right. The Tigers might only be 6.5 back in the division, less than that in the wild card race. But this Tigers team is not going to go on some sort of run. This is not an organization that hasn't been in the playoffs for a decade where you're like, no, we're going to stick with it because we just got to get in the dance. No, this is the right long-term decision for that ball club. Skubal's contract is up at the end of the year. We all know that they weren't going to get a long-term deal done with him. You have to make sure you get something for him moving forward. And so to me, they made the right decision. I'd be curious, when this happens, do we finally have some other moves? Like, are we waiting for Skubal Monday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or does Skubal get traded today and it opens other names up? Because remember, the Mets scrapped Peralta from a start as well, but everybody's kind of waiting to see where Skubal goes first, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
I think the trickle down effect. That's why it's been very, very quiet. We had a minor move today, Bo Naylor on the move to the Brewers, but that's small stuff, right? I don't know how many big splash moves we're going to see, but definitely Skubal's the one everybody's keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and it always does. Like once that first domino falls, then they all start to go, right. And Tarek Skubal is the first one to go because there's a lot of teams that want him, right? And there's a lot of teams waiting to see where he ends up going. Does he go to LA? If so, then other teams need to start, basically scrambling to find their starter to take them the rest of the way into the season. And a really curious name that I've seen floated around in trade rumors. I don't think he's going to be shopped, but Mason Miller, the elite closer for the San Diego Padres, obviously they're like 14 or 15 games back in the division, but they are 13 games back, in the West, and they're in third place right now. So you're like, and they're only 2 games over 500, but they're only 1 game back of the wild card, and they've won 6 of their last 7, I believe. So I think the Padres are going to stay put. I think they're not going to sell off Mason Miller, but if he went on the move, that would become instantly, I think, right underneath Tarek Skubal, the second biggest name in at the deadline that would be on the move, just based off of the velocity he's got on his pitches. The Angels are going to unload. There's literally there's a lot of movement left to be made. I think Tarek Skubal gets moved on Sunday. I think it gets done or early Monday. I think it gets done and then you just see a flurry of moves right after that.
No, that's about right. I also think it's been interesting to follow how many teams are, of course, searching for that right-handed outfield bat, and there's not that many of them in baseball right now, which is kind of bizarre. So you got names like Elaine Thomas, for example, that might get more than you typically would think, and he's a rental player, but he's almost assuredly going to be on the move. Luis Roberts, interesting, right? He's got a big club option attached to him as well. He can't stay healthy, but is he someone that gets traded at some point? There's some names like that are likely going to get traded because other than starting pitching, somehow the right-handed outfield bat has become a commodity here because in baseball, for whatever reason, we don't have as many of them as we have over the last couple of years. It's kind of bizarre.
Yeah. Where do you think when it comes to Skubal specifically, since that is kind of the first domino we're looking to drop, where do you think he ends up? Is it LA or bust?
Yeah, I just think so. I mean, you kind of mentioned because of what you're going to ask for. It is going to be an astronomical price, as it should be, for a pitcher that level. And whether it's the finances, whether it's the prospects, very few teams can put together that package other than the Dodgers. Our producer, Zach, is telling us there was a report from Jeff Passan today that he predicts it's the Atlanta Braves. Are they going to be as aggressive? I'll be honest, I'm not up to date on my Atlanta Braves farm system rankings to see where they're at in terms of prospects. But yeah, I mean, my prediction would be the Dodgers for sure.
The Braves always have a really good farm system. It's a very well-run organization in Atlanta. If Skubal does go to LA, how quickly do we get the first think piece about how that is the reason that we're going to get a lockout next year in baseball? Is it quick? Because I just feel like it's I'm already bracing myself for the annoyance of people just saying, getting mad at the Dodgers for landing Tarek Skubal at the deadline because, in the words of DJ Khaled, they got another one. And look, in my opinion, I'm already kind of annoyed by it. It's don't get mad at the Dodgers because, Khaled, all they do is win, 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 no matter what. The Dodgers don't just spend money on the talent that they have on the field, but they spend money literally everywhere else off the field. They're better than every other team in coaching, scouting, developing talent. I mean, look at their World Series Game 7 heroes. Will Smith, homegrown. Andy Pages, homegrown. Miguel Rojas, who came up in the Dodgers system, went to the Marlins for a little bit, but then came back. Roki Sasaki, Yoshi Yamamoto, those pitchers basically, held down the fort for him. Will Klein threw 72 pitches in a 4 innings of a scoreless baseball in an 18-inning game, like became a World Series hero. He was tossed around by the Athletics and the Royals. The Mariners even had him in 2025, but never brought him up to the big leagues. Like it's the Dodgers are just, they're not just, yes, they're buying players. They have more means to buy players, but they do everything better. They buy the talent off the field as well. They get the best talent scouts. They get the best coaches. Max Muncy is another example of a guy who was with the A's, who is now their all-time, or very well to becoming their all-time leading franchise home run leader. Max Muncy. I mean, the A's designated him for assignment. Justin Turner before him. They got him off the New York Mets dumpster pile outside of Citi Field and turned him into a franchise superstar. They're not just those aren't the top spending free agents. That's not the Shohei Ohtanis, the Mookie Betts, the Freddie Freemans. That's literally the other contributing factors. And sure, they spend more, but not just on players. They spend on everything. Like I said, like that is the real reason you should be upset, because your teams are not doing that. Like the other teams are not spending on talent off the field as well as on the field. And Major League Baseball getting you to hate on the Dodgers is the greatest scam in baseball since Mets owner Bernie Madoff pulled off the Ponzi scheme, right? It's the greatest sleight of hand since David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear. They want you to think that the Dodgers are villains, when in reality, it's the other 29 franchises wanting to cap how much they have to spend so they have an excuse not to spend. It's like the richest people in the company hoping you put a spending limit on the Secret Santa gifts. And that's just about the talent. So, look, I just feel like it is all of the hatred and disdain towards the Dodgers. I understand it. It is annoying to watch them win year after year after year. But I feel like some of that hatred and disdain should be turned to your own team's owner for literally sitting on their hands and not doing anything. I live and work in Chicago, and the north side of Chicago, they make money. Don't get me wrong. They own all of the real estate in Wrigleyville, but they spend like they're a mid-level team. They don't spend like the Mets or like the Dodgers or the Yankees, but they should, and they very well would win more if they did. The Dodgers are winning because they made the investment. It takes money to make money, and yeah, in the iconic words of DJ Khaled, congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah, look, I think for fans in other major markets, what you're saying is true, right? So if you're in Chicago, it's your ownership not willing to do it the way the Dodgers are. If you're in New York, if you're in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Boston, those big markets that have the massive television deals. But if you are in Milwaukee, if you are in Kansas City, if you're in a smaller market, yeah, everybody wants their owner to spend more money, but the reality is that the Dodgers TV deal is like 10 times the TV deal that the Brewers or the Royals have. And so there are limitations there, and that is still a problem in the sport. Now, I agree with you, though. Are there owners that would rather just make the simple, easy profit than win? Yeah, sadly, there are too many of those owners in the sport, and that's a massive problem. There's a group of owners that don't care about winning. They just know it's an easy profit for them at the end of the season, no matter whether they win 90 games or they win 55 games, they're happy with it because they're getting their money. There's other owners that no, they want to win. They understand what that brings, and the money will come with that on top of it. And yeah, look, the Dodgers, I've never been mad at them, man. I've always said they have not broken any rules. They're doing everything within the rules. Do I think we need to recalculate the rules? Absolutely. But no, my issue is not with them. They're doing that what we wish as a sports fan, we all wish our team, our owner would operate the same way. Who doesn't?
Yeah, no, it's right. And it's just funny that it's like literally MLB has fans right where they want them, right? Like literally making the Dodgers the villain when in reality, like, and literally they have fans fighting their PR battle for them in the TikTok comments, in the Instagram comments, right? Like they're doing the work. Like baseball is just like about to go kick their feet up on the desk, Ferris Bueller style, and just be like, yeah, you know what? Let's implement a cap so then we don't even have to spend as much money as we need, you know? And meanwhile, the money that they save from the cap isn't going to go back into the team. It's not going to go back into investing into coaching, into talent like the Dodgers have. It's literally just going to go right back in their pockets. So the wealthier just get more wealthy. And yeah. It's just it's a shame. It's really, and we're going to probably miss baseball in 2027 because of it.
That was the other part. I think thinking of Jeff Passan, he was reporting earlier this week that he was hearing from some owners that they think zero baseball games will be played next year, which is not something you recover from if that's the case. I sure hope that we only, I hope we don't miss any games, but I recognize the reality is we're probably not having opening day on time. But a whole season, we all, I was very young, but I've heard stories of it and talked to people that never returned to baseball in 94 or 95 after the strike. And we all know if it wasn't for 98, 99 with McGuire, Sosa, et cetera, there's a lot of fans that would not have come back. And so I think now in 2026, soon to be 2027, with all the entertainment options we have now, the internet, Netflix, everything, people will not return. And I think what sucks is I actually think baseball's in a really good spot right this second. The talent, the interest, the pitch clock, the ABS, it's all been great for the sport. And it sucks because we're about to have a prolonged negotiation that's going to result in, at bare minimum, I think, a delayed season. They can get by with missing a month or so. If they miss over half the season, there's devastating consequences. Fans will just say, all right, I'm done with you. And that's such a bad spot to be in.
Yeah. I am old enough to remember 1994. I was an 8-year-old boy, and I had tickets to a game on August 13th, 1994. And on August 12th, 1994, the MLB strike began. And it did set. So, I was very sad about that because I was very excited about going to. We were on vacation. I was going to go to a baseball game. I was going to see my favorite players. And no, it didn't come to fruition, all because of that dang strike. And that strike set the sport back. People were angry at baseball. Do you remember it took the 98 home run chase to bring fans back to baseball? That was 4 years later. People were done with baseball because they thought, obviously the players were being greedy because they were the ones that started to strike, and they just wanted baseball to come back, and it didn't. Well, it did in 95, obviously, but got missed out on, that the rest of that 94 season, a season where the Expos probably would have won the World Series, which would have been great baseball lore. But it was sad, and I'm really scared. You made a great point. Baseball has never been in a better spot right now, and I'm scared that this lockout is going to just wipe that whiteboard clean. It is going to just go right back to square one, and people are going to be angry at baseball when they've got as much momentum as they've got right now.
We'll see if that looming, work stoppage impacts the trade deadline as well, and how teams approach this deadline, knowing that there is a chance that there's no baseball, or at least some baseball missed next year. We'll keep an eye on the trade deadline. Certainly, it lets you know if any trades go down during the show today. Up next, though, let's get back to the NFL, including what's going on out in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, and more details this week around that car accident. And we'll also take a look at the NFC East as Andrew Pirloff from Athlon Sports joins us next.
This
Yeah. It's a swamp. It's a swamp right now. I would not want to go there right now. It looks awful. you know, like all those sand lots. Yeah, you know, like that area is completely soaked. Mm-hmm. Yep. That area is like a swamp. Zara Larsson, the Swedish singer. Yeah. Yes. I want to see Spider-Man. Tuesday or Wednesday matinee is his. Yep. Of course you say that. Cherish it for the rest of your life. But my wife and kids are the best thing that ever happened to me. I sent you guys an app that tells you the perfect times to go use the restroom. It's a lifesaver. I use it all the time.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Again, you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Let's get back in the NFL a little bit, though, and welcome in Andrew Perloff from Athlon Sports. Of course, you guys know him from the Dan Patrick Show. You can follow him if you don't already on Twitter and X at Andrew Perloff. I saw over at Athlon Sports you wrote an article this week about Kyle Shanahan, and I want to get to what you had to say about him. But just in general, is this whole Shanahan crash story overblown? Are you as fascinated by it as I am, and why more details just keep trickling out?
Oh, my God. Of course I'm fascinated. because it's so emblematic of the times. Every sports story has a potentially nefarious level below the surface. And this is ridiculous. It was so long before we found out that Kyle Shanahan was in a really serious car accident. And then the explanation, no body cam of what happened. And then the explanation that he was reaching out for his phone, that I relate to. That was actually a good warning, but it just doesn't all add up. And you know what? In all seriousness, I mean, it sounded like a really serious, like he could have died. There was an open wound over his eye. He still has a concussion. I mean, it's every story, whether it's, I mean, I hate to bring up immediately I thought of Diana Rossini and Matt Miller and all these stories that have levels upon levels upon levels, and Ipe and Shohei, and nothing makes sense anymore. So of course we thought something's going on.
Yeah, Andrew, do you not find it weird that it's that this story was sat on for as long as it was? We're talking this wreck happened July 14th, and we didn't find out about it until last Saturday. While the 49ers are reporting to camp. And you've been a journalist even before you joined on with the Dan Patrick Show back in the day. You've been a writer for so long. You obviously work in this industry. Is it not weird that someone would sit on this story, and are they not doing a disservice to just the general public for doing so?
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I was the NFL editor at Sports Illustrated before Dan. So I wasn't really a news breaking guy necessarily, but I edited Peter King, and when he broke news, it got up as fast as it was broken. There was never sitting on anything. One, because it's competitive, but B, because there was never a reason to. There wasn't as much of a favor culture. I think that they're kind of doing the Niners a favor, and Schefter takes a lot of criticism for this kind of this sort of quid pro quo, where he'll break things when the team wants to. And I think that's a kind of a ridiculous system. You got to break it when it happens. I completely agree.
Now, over at Athlon Sports this week, you did write a column that was titled, "Here's Why 2026 Should Be Kyle Shanahan's Last Season with the 49ers." It starts by reading with Kyle Shanahan saying he's going to win a Super Bowl, but just not as the head coach of the 49ers. You really think this could be it for him there?
Well, I think actually it could be. And because I think this accident is going to have ramifications where he might need to take a break. And also, too, just logic. The roster is a dead man walking. I mean, there's no way this roster comes together. If it was any team besides the Niners, sometimes pull a rabbit out of their hat. They're so old and so injured. There's just, if it doesn't happen this year, it's never going to happen in San Francisco. So I compare Shanahan to Andy Reid, who sort of ran out the string in Philadelphia. He was really, really close. But I mean, there's so many guys coming off injury. There's so many guys over 30 that I just don't see this roster going anywhere. They're going to have to rebuild. And I think it has to happen after this year.
Well, don't you think that's where Kyle Shanahan succeeds, though? Just look at last year alone. They dealt with just about every injury under the sun, and not to mention that electromagnetic field right next to their practice field that, does damage to that roster inside and out every single year. They deal with so many injuries, and yet they're always in the hunt. And I think a large part of that is because of Kyle Shanahan. So, I look at this 49ers roster, and I'm like, I agree with you. It's on paper, you're like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's an aging roster. But then I'm like, oh yeah, their head coach is Kyle Shanahan. I almost feel like he's the linchpin that makes that whole thing work.
Well, no, I'm a huge Kyle Shanahan fan, so I understand what you're saying. But remember with the first year they got to I can't remember, I might get my math wrong, but they almost beat the Chiefs in that first time where Tyreek Hill caught the long pass. Then Bosa tore his ACL and they fell apart. Usually when Bosa gets hurt, the last year was the exception, they're not that great. But I just don't think, and the other thing that really worries me, what really fuels him is McCaffrey. And he had all these touches last year. He's going to fall apart. I think Shanahan needs McCaffrey. I honestly don't think Brock Purdy can stay healthy. So yeah, you're right. Kyle Shanahan will always generate offense, but they lost Robert Saleh, ran the defense, I believe, last year. I just don't see it all coming together this year.
We're talking to Andrew Perloff here on Westwood One Sports. Shifting over to the NFC East, to what appears to be a wide-open division. The Giants are kind of the trendy, sexy pick for a lot of people, although Does it have the same vibes at all? I think there's too much talent for it to be this, but the way the speech that leaked out last week or whatever it was of Harbaugh trying to motivate the team, Scattaboo doing
the New York
the
Giants
backflip, the New York Giants, and then the Raiders last year bringing Pete Carroll and it backfires. Is there any part of your mind that thinks there's a chance that could be the same cause and scenario there?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm of two minds. One, I'm in New York, and I get the hype. I like Jackson Dart when he's healthy. That's a big issue. He's got to slide. But I like the talent for sure. But I've liked the Giants before and seen it fall apart for, what is this, 15 years in a row they've been bad, ever since the last Super Bowl. I mean, with an occasional good year here or there. I'm leaning towards they find the banana peel. I'm actually working on my predictions. Like, yes, you can squint and see talent all over this roster, but Malik Neighbors is coming off an injury. He's not going to be as effective, likely, unless he, really, I don't know how he would recover that quickly. And then, yeah, they're in a tough division because Dallas is probably going to be a little better this year. Philly's good. I don't see this as the breakthrough year. I think I'm seeing a lot of people picking the Giants to make the playoffs. I can't go there at all.
One team in the division that I have trouble getting behind is a team that has been historically bad. However, over the last few years, since drafting their quarterback, Jaden Daniels, they've been kind of on the up and up. Where do you come out on the Commanders? Is that a team like, first of all, can Jaden Daniels stay healthy for an entire season? Because even dating back to his days at LSU, like, he was dealing with injuries. He's always kind of seemed to be, side by side with wherever that blue tent is. Are they going to be bounce back and be more of the Jaden Daniels from his rookie year, or do you think they continue to regress?
Yeah, I'm on the regress side because that's also, like the Niners, an incredibly old roster, and it has been an old roster, and they haven't really been able to replenish it. I'm generally of the mindset that old rosters, unless it's like an all-in year with the Rams, are too injury prone, and I like to go get them. I love Jaden Daniels, but you're absolutely right. I remember at LSU with that Heisman year, he was my favorite, but he got blown up so bad by Alabama's Dallas Turner one play. I thought he was going to retire from football. He just is. He weighs probably 50 pounds less than me, and you've seen me. I don't weigh anything. That's another team. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting. I feel like Washington, that was a blip, the NFC title game year, where they didn't really even compete against the Eagles in that game. I don't see it coming back. It's funny. Everyone says, oh, the Chicago Bears are going to be this year's Washington Redskins, meaning like, I think the Commanders. Oh, boy. Sorry, the Commanders.
Oh, yeah, easy.
Are going to be that.
Dollar in the jar, Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to be can you guys edit that out? I think they're going to be the face one deep playoff run and done.
What about Philadelphia in that same division? Jalen Hurts takes a lot of heat, but he's also had so many different offensive coordinators. Nick Sirianni, how much is he actually adding to everything out in Philadelphia? Where are you on Philly this year? And is this a make or break season, not just for Sirianni, but also for Jalen Hurts?
Well, the big issue is Sean Mannion, the new offensive coordinator. It's randomly a guy I got to know throughout his playing career. He was a huge Dan Patrick Show fan, massive, believe it or not. And he's a great guy, but can he run an offense? It's still TBD whether he's going to be calling plays. So, but the Eagles are on this every other year cycle. They made the Super Bowl in 22, the fell bar in 23, made it back in 24. I love that they signed Jalen Carter to a long-term deal. He's the guy. If their defensive tackle running the ship with Vic Fangio running the defense, I think the defense carries them a little bit. I think they're back to being more threatening this year. Because last year they were good, but they weren't really super threatening. I think they're back this year.
Dak Prescott has a brand new slogan for the Cowboys. He is calling it GOTY. GOTI, the greatest offense there is. Now, it does give kind of shades of, even before that 2000 season when the Rams kind of coined themselves the greatest show on turf. It does feel reminiscent of that. Dak Prescott is, I feel like, a great quarterback who does get ripped apart online by, a lot of critics, mainly just because he's the quarterback of the Cowboys. But if he played for any of the 31 other teams, he'd probably be, heralded and praised for the accomplishments that he's had. But Do you believe that this Cowboys can be the greatest offense there is this year?
No, I do not. I can't believe the Cowboys hype. I cannot. I think they could make the playoffs, but the Cowboys hype. I heard an expert saying I think a lot of people are going to pick the Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl. We do this every year. Are we falling into the Cowboys trap again? Tell me we're not doing that. We're doing it. How are we doing this? We know it's, and you can see yourself sometimes I fall into it. I'm like, well, they do have Pickens and Lamb. That's pretty good. And they have their line has all these first round picks named Tyler on it. And the new defensive coordinator and this rookie they have is insane. The safety, but no, remember, it's the Cowboys. We always overhype them. We always. So I just want to warn myself because I can be suckered into. I'm a massive Dak fan. I think Dak is a great quarterback. He tears the Eagles apart. My team, the Eagles. So yeah, but it is just remember we just tend to overexcite ourselves about Dallas.
Andrew, now before you came on the air with us, which thank you for joining us, Andrew Perloff with Athlon Sports is on with us now, and we were talking about the movie The Odyssey. Have you seen The Odyssey yet?
3:00 Eastern today. Finally going to see it.
Oh, you're going today.
Let me tell you, I couldn't get IMAX tickets. I'm going today.
Oh, yeah, okay. No one can. It is harder to get IMAX tickets than it was, tickets to the Taylor Swift's Eras tour. It's unreal how hard it is to see this movie in 70 millimeter IMAX. But I am also going tonight. Do you have a plan of attack? We were talking about this in the commercial break before going in. Do you have a plan of attack on when to go to the bathroom in that movie? Because it is a 3-hour long movie.
Well, I've heard the last hour is really killer. So I will. Well, we used to be. Wait, how many times? I'll probably. I think an hour.
Yeah. Well, how
and a
big's
half,
your bladder? That's
thing.
another
I go
question.
right before. Yeah. Well, I'm going. I go to this one of these where you get a meal. You can sit down and order food theaters. You guys into that at all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll get a massive Diet Coke, tacos, a massive Diet Coke, popcorn. I'm gonna be going to town. And honestly, I know what happens in the Odyssey anyway, so I think I'm not worried about spoilers.
Yeah, you're one of those. I read the book, guys.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't read the book, but I think I generally picked it up somehow. But
Andrew, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the movie, enjoy the tacos and Diet Coke, and I'm sure we'll check in at some point down the road.
yeah, I'm a little mad though. Yeah, you guys didn't mention my new basketball player once, LeBron James.
Okay, all right. I knew it was going to come up.
We spent the whole show last week. We spent the whole show, Andrew, talking about LeBron, waiting till after the World Cup to make his decision and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure he gets his due respect because he is a Philadelphia 76er.
Yeah. Are you going to be courtside for the home opener?
That's the problem. Now I can't even afford to see I can't even get in the building in Barclays Center in Brooklyn just to see. And I'm aware the Sixers are going to win 54 games and go out of the second round, but the answer is no. But I will be watching.
Okay. All right. And Andy is going to be living in New York and helicoptering into Philly, so he may be your new neighbor there in New York.
Yeah, I live in a neighborhood where all the players live. Kyrie, KD, Steve Nash. I'm not joking. I'm looking at Ben Simmons' apartment right now. It's across the street. I'm totally not making this up. LeBron could move to Brooklyn where I am. That would be amazing. Yeah.
You catch him on the next door app.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Would you say anything to LeBron if you saw him on the street? I feel like he's famous enough that you'd have to.
Of course.
Yeah.
Andrew Perloff.
I'd say, LeBron, you want to go get tacos? Yeah. That would.
Yeah. You want to go see The Odyssey with me? I know when to pee.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. There you go. Andrew Perloff with us here on Westwood One Sports. It's got to be Taco Tuesday for LeBron. Got to be Taco Tuesday if you're going to talk.
Look, if you ever want to get LeBron in on anything, just mention tacos to him. We all know how much he loves those.
All right, up next, guys, let's get to the sounds of the week, including a debate about what guys should or shouldn't do, and it prompted one of the strangest admissions I've ever heard while doing a radio show. I'll tell you guys what that was next.
BetMGM Game Day.
Well, to say you trust Marvel right
BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token over at BetMGM. To use the token, just add any golf wager to your bet slip, activate the token, and if you win your bet that was made with the golf odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. All right, let's get to some of the sounds of the week. This clip went viral throughout the week, Austin, and it started with ESPN. You had you'll hear the voices of Dan Orlovsky, Mike Greenberg, for example, and they were asking the question about pedicures and whether or not men should get pedicures. Dan Orlovsky was very staunch and said no.
You never get a pedicure?
I have never gotten a pedicure.
Oh, it's a delight.
I never will.
Yeah, no, it's
I am
great.
completely against pedicures for dudes.
What for?
You're a dude. You're not supposed to get pedicures.
Yes, you are. Nothing wrong with being pampered. Oh, it's a delight.
No. I'm so against this. This is a thing for me.
You're coming with me.
Dudes should not be getting pedicures.
Who am I told is laughing at this? Monica. Jay Will. Can we put them up there? Feel good. Jay Will.
Just nasty feet, Dan. Just nasty feet.
My feet are awful. I totally agree. But I'd rather have awful feet than get pedicures.
Oh, come on. They have great. It's a terrible.
You're also not the person who should be having
I love a pedicure.
Yeah,
are you kidding?
It feels fantastic.
I totally agree. I've
got my friends taking their teenage sons to get them.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea.
What?
Yes, and you should join them. And I've just got a text here from your wife who says, yes, I think, Dan, Greeny, talk him into it.
Trust me.
I'm talking you into this.
So that was on ESPN earlier this week. Dan Orlovsky, too manly to get a pedicure. Now, I have never had one before. I have been told by everybody since this clip has come out that it feels amazing when you get one. It kind of makes me want to get one, but I've never had one. Let me ask you, Austin, you're married, so I think the chances of you getting one are much higher than me. You might have gone with your wife at some point in time. Have you had a pedicure? Let's start there.
Yes. And honestly, I wish I was getting one today. I wish I was getting one right now, to be quite frank. Like, getting a pedicure is one of the best things that I have discovered in my life. And I say discovered because I didn't discover it until I was well into my late 20s. And that was 20 plus years of my life that I missed out on getting my feet pampered. And that's what it is. It's getting pampered. This is Dan Orlovsky's worst take ever. This is the worst thing he has done since stepping out of the back of the end zone as a Lion. He is so off base here. And you know what? I will even add to that. I put getting a pedicure right up there than with getting a massage by a man. That is also something that I discovered earlier this year, to be honest with you. On my trip to New York this past year, I splurged for a massage, as I tend to do. I always get a female masseuse just because I always just thought it would be weird to have a dude just rubbing his hands up and down my body. But they were out of female masseuses, so I went with the dude. And let me tell you, it was the best massage I think I have ever gotten ever. Okay. So I'm just saying, it's time to swallow your pride and whatever stigma you've got stuck in your mind about pedicures or massages from dudes or whatever. Dan Orlovsky screams to me like the kind of guy who, when he's in the YMCA public locker room, he goes to the corner to change his shorts, right? Like to put his pants on, and he keeps the towel up so nobody can see his bare butt. Dude, Dan, get over yourself. Get over your insecurities. There's nothing wrong with a good old pedicure. I was just talking about it the other day with the program director for 104.3 The Score here in Chicago, Mitch Rosen, and we were just talking about how great a pedicure is, and he was going to get one later that day. So I'm like, look, I am all for the pedicure. Orlovsky, I've never disagreed with a take more in my life.
So I've never had one. After this week, I kind of want to get one because like what you just said, everybody tells me it's amazing. Now, I have had a massage before, and I'm still sticking with it to where, I'm probably not getting a massage from a dude. I love massages.
Try it once.
Not gonna probably
Try it once.
I'm good there. That's way different.
They're stronger hands.
That is way different.
It feels so much better.
Different. That's way different. You're in your underwear and a dude's just touching your body. That's different. That's way different. I'm not in for that. I'll pass on that.
Sure,
one.
I get
it.
The
pedicure,
but I'm just saying.
Pedicure, I'm fine with. I will say this prompted one of the most ridiculous on-air admissions, though, from my local show that I've ever heard. Certainly since I've been doing. Yeah, so I've been in Kansas City for about doing local radio. This show I do for about 6.5 years, doing radio longer than that. So let's just say for 12 or 13 years. A lot of weird stuff we've talked about on the show before. And my producer is out of town. So we had a fill-in producer, used to be an intern of our show, actually. He now works part-time at a different station in the building, but he's a former intern. So anytime he has a chance to fill in, we like having him fill in. So he does. And we're talking about this very clip that we just played. And initially, he admits something that was weird, but nothing like crazy. At first, he's just like, "Hey, I would never get one." He doesn't like. He's got a weird foot thing, and he wears swim shoes, which was also bizarre. He goes, "I wear swim shoes when I go to the ocean and pool," and we're like, "What are you doing?" He's late 20s. He's got a fiance. He wears swim shoes. We're like, "Dude, that's just messed up." And then the text line was joking, I think, but I said, "Oh, there's a text that came in there," and I couldn't even say the question without laughing. I said, "The text line wants to know if you wear shoes while having sex." I just said it as a joke. And he goes,
Sure.
"Well, actually," and he says
No.
he only had
No.
sex with his shoes on. Yes.
Stop!
And it became a whole thing this week. I've never heard a crazier admission before. We had his fiance call in. She said it took her like 6 months to realize that, yeah, his shoes were on every time.
Every time? Like what? Like is he
Yes.
scared to take? That is like I don't even like having my socks on, let alone having shoes. Like what happened? What if he's wearing Timberlands? Like is he just still rocking those big old boots while knocking them?
That's
Like,
what we asked. It's one of the craziest things. Yeah, he said he leaves he leaves his shoes on. Except for when he's taking a shower, he always has shoes on. His wife, he prefers if she has her socks on while they're doing it as well. It's one of the craziest things I've ever heard anybody say.
That to me, wearing boots or wearing shoes while having sex is weirder to me than wearing shoes while getting a pedicure. like making the people reach into your shoes just to scrape off the dead skin off your toes would be weirder. It's weirder to do that during sex. Like that is unreal. I like the things you learn about people, right? Like,
well,
and I mean, look, to each their own, but I guess he's got his fiance, so like clearly she loves him for who he is, but that's
right.
Gotta be just a weird feeling, all in all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just can't. Like, you're moving around on the bed and you got the shoes on. You can't. How does that work? That's just.
I don't even
work.
like wearing shoes in the bed. Yeah, like you're gonna have to. Well, I mean, you should wash the sheets anyway, but you're gonna have to doubly wash the sheets now because you're getting your the soot from your shoes all in it.
He said, and then we asked him, like, truly, like, other than just being disgusted with feet, and he's like, the shoes provide some good grip. I was like, oh my gosh.
Good grip.
Slipping around on
you're not playing
around
basketball.
Slipping around on the carpet in your bedroom or so. What? I don't get it.
That is unreal. Okay, like if you're standing while having sex, maybe I could see it. But what happens when you're just going full on missionary, right? Like I don't even think most missionaries
He's got Air Force
on missions
Ones on.
wear shoes, and he is during sex and in bed. It is weird. There should be two rules: no cookies, no food in bed, and no shoes in bed, and that should be for all things always.
Yeah, shout out to our fill-in producer locally this week, JT, who made that admission on air and changed everything forever. Up next, let's continue our NFL divisional previews as we get to the NFC East here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
That's big, but it was pretty much expected with how things are going. Yeah.
1 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll get to our divisional previews in just a second. On to the NFC East today as we're going division by division leading up to the start of the season. The Hall of Fame game, Austin, is days away, actually. First taste of preseason football, if that actually counts. But we did get some breaking news during the break we want to get to start the hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Unfortunate news, although somewhat expected based off the 49ers signing Deebo Samuel. Adam Schefter now reporting, quote, after lengthy discussions with doctors, 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall is expected to undergo season-ending surgery on the nagging PCL injury that goes all the way back to last season. He is out for the year. John Lynch told reporters Pearsall is expected to make a full recovery in time for the 2027 season, but they are now down a receiver for this entire year. It's why Deebo Samuel was signed just a day or two ago. Ricky Pearsall just really struggled to stay healthy. Remember, he, of course, came into the league with that terrible situation where he was shot, in San Francisco and had to recover from that and showed some signs at times, but just could not stay healthy. And now that 49ers receiving core does not have Brandon Ayuk because we all know he's never playing there again. Does not have Ricky Pearsall. That's an offense that really just lost a big weapon.
I think we need, as a show, to get like some sort of electrical zap or lightning strike sound effect for whenever a 49er is lost for the season, because that is the electrical substation just claiming its first victory. It's like, some guys show up to camp in the best shapes of their lives. It's clear that substation is ready to go for this 2026 season, already claiming Ricky Pearsall, which does suck. It sucks for the Niners. It sucks for Ricky. I was really looking forward to seeing a healthy 49ers team this year, and we can't even start camp with that thought process. Like Kyle Shanahan, who's injured and banged up himself, is already behind the 8 ball when it comes to his roster.
Thank goodness they signed Mike Evans. Thank goodness they got Christian Kirk. Those were moves that protect him. Right now, their receiver room, Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, Deebo Samuel, those are your top 3 wide receivers. It could be worse, right? Like, you can do a lot worse than that, but it definitely, without having Ricky Pearsall, is not as deep whatsoever.
Well, we were just talking to Andrew Perloff in the last hour, and, he was talking about how he just doesn't trust an aging roster. And that's kind of what you got there in that wide receiver room.
Sure.
And I do love the signing of Deebo Samuel. I do think that's a fair consolation prize for losing Ricky Pearsall, especially with Kyle Shanahan calling the shots there in San Francisco, because I think, having a guy like Deebo Samuel on the field with a guy like Christian McCaffrey, there's a lot you can do. There's a lot of flexibility there. You can get very creative with what you pull out. Mike Evans, that's, that's one of those guys where you question how much does he have left in the tank. Christian Kirk, fairly reliable and everything, but my goodness, I just hope that the Niners don't have another season like they did last year where they're just plagued with injuries.
Yeah, that's been a story. It's weird though, out of all those injuries, guess who was actually healthy a year ago? Christian McCaffrey. Can he have another fully healthy season? I mean, he was healthy. He kind of seems like he's got like every other season that he's healthy. So hopefully for his sake, he can make it 2 years in a row. But yeah, that's a big blow to the 49ers. Ricky Pearsall out for the season. If you're just joining us, according to Adam Schefter, with a PCL injury, going to need season-ending surgery. All right, let's get to our divisional previews. We already talked about the NFC West, I believe, a couple weeks ago. But let's get to the NFC East, where you got the Eagles, who are favorites at BetMGM right now to win the East, plus 135. Cowboys, second best odds, plus 195. Commanders, plus 470. Giants, 5.5 to 1 to win the division. We'll get to win totals in a bit. I don't know about you, other than maybe the Commanders, who I'm very much down on, and it's not a Jaden Daniels thing as much as it is a roster, Terry McLaurin, Dan Quinn, just think it's not going to work out kind of thing. I think it's a wide open division. Like, I think you can make a case for the Giants, the Cowboys, and the Eagles to win it. For the Commanders to do it, Jaden Daniels would have to come back and honestly, I think have an MVP type of season. I just think they got too many other question marks on that roster, defensively in particular. That was a horrific defensive unit a year ago. Now they got more athletic on defense, specifically with the linebacking core. I think that's a big boost. But I think this is a division that the Eagles have won it 2 years in a row. And prior to that, we know there was that constant rotation, right? Year after year, different team, different team. I don't believe the Eagles are winning it a third year in a row. So I would not be betting them plus 135. I'm down on just Sirianni and having a new OC again and Jalen Hurts. So to me, my decision was between the Cowboys and the Giants. And despite Harbaugh's speech and Scattaboo maybe not being the smartest guy on earth, I still will keep my original bet from a month ago that I have on the Giants to win this division, although I'll admit I'm getting a little nervous about it, especially with Malik Neighbors, who I don't know if he's going to be Malik Neighbors right away.
Yeah, between Jackson Dart, the way Cam Scatterbro acts off the field, and John Harbaugh's speeches, it does feel like that team is just one giant walking concussion. Like John Harbaugh having to continuously repeat the team that he is coaching in his own speeches. We're the New York Giants. The New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's like this whole offseason, you've been clamoring for the Giants. And in a way, you kind of talked me into it because I did love the signing of John Harbaugh. I did love, the young, fresh talent that they've got on the offensive side of the football there. I was kind of buying in. I was like, yeah, maybe the Giants are that. And every year in the NFL, we have a team that goes from worst to first. So that kind of fits the mold there for the Giants. But the closer we get to camp, I'm kind of getting talked back out of it because, it's like I'm worried.
Sure.
John Harbaugh, Pete Carroll's this situation in New York. And, Malik Neighbors isn't completely healthy. And, well, how much are you going to get out of him? I'm now like kind of going back on the Giants, and I don't trust it. Just as I don't trust the Commanders, because I think Jaden Daniels is the linchpin for the success for that team. And the best ability is availability. And I'm just not sure if Jaden Daniels has that ability because he has dealt with injuries through his pro career, but even dating back to his college career. This is a guy who has just had trouble staying on the field. When he is on the field, sure, he'll win you a Heisman. Sure, he'll get you to the NFC title game. Like, he is the difference in that team, and I just don't know if I can trust it. It is also an aging roster. I just don't know. So to me, personally, in the NFC East, I think it's down to the Eagles and Cowboys. And I don't want to be another talking head in the media that just talks about the Cowboys and maybe this is the year for the Cowboys. I'm not saying that. I'm merely talking about winning the division. I don't believe the Cowboys will win a Super Bowl for the rest of my lifetime. Even if they do win a Super Bowl, I still won't believe that they're going to win a Super Bowl, right? Like, they're that team that is like, that they're the addict in your life that's like, hey, I promise I'm going to get clean. I'm going to get clean. But they just never do, right? Like, until you show me, I'm not going to believe it for the Cowboys, which is why I'm leaning towards the Eagles winning the East this year. Cause they've been there
3 years in a row, huh?
They've dealt with the adversity. As much as I do not like Nick Sirianni, I think he does a good job with that franchise and with that team. Jalen Hurts, I feel like is, he steps up when he needs to. And yeah, losing AJ Brown is big. And I think they're going to feel that at times throughout the season. But I just don't trust any of the other three teams in this division to step up and win it. That can change, of course, but coming into camp, the Eagles are the only team that I trust to have the longevity for the course of an entire 17-game season.
I also do think it's just a massive year for Hurts and Sirianni. I mean, I think there's a scenario if it went really poorly, we're both maybe aren't there next year. And that's crazy to say for Jalen Hurts, who has won a Super Bowl, has been a Super Bowl MVP, even a Super Bowl loss, he played great. But there is a scenario that I think that could happen. There's been too many of these like hit pieces, clearly with information from inside the Eagles organization that have made Jalen Hurts look bad. If they make the playoffs and they win some games, then all is fine. But if they miss the playoffs, I think there's a real chance that Jalen Hurts and or Nick Sirianni are not back a year from now. So I just think there's a ton of pressure on them. Win total wise, looking at those bets at BetMGM, there are a couple in this division that I do like. So the Eagles over under is 10.5 wins. Cowboys over under 9.5 wins. Commanders over under 7.5. Giants over under 7.5. Probably doesn't surprise you, Austin, that I actually love the Giants over 7.5. I think maybe you disagree with me that they can win the division, but I think the Giants can win 8 football games. Harbaugh, say what you will about him. To me, he can get this team to 8 wins. I really believe that. And to me, there's too much talent on the defensive side of the ball. That division, as I said, I don't think anybody's running away with it. So, I think you can split even with the Eagles perhaps this year as well. I like the over on the Giants, 7.5 wins. And I do like the Cowboys over 9.5. I think they're probably a 10-win football team.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you there, and it's honestly it's all about it. When it now shifting back to the Cowboys real quick is, obviously that's a team that's very confident in themselves. Dak Prescott is, I guess he's got a new slogan in town with the greatest offense.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Is it Gotti? Here's a Cowboys offensive lineman Tyler Guyton talking about the new slogan that the Cowboys have in camp this year.
Fast, physical, violent, imposing our will on opponents. Dak has a new saying, Gotti, greatest offense there is. So that's the standard for us.
That's Dak's saying for y'all.
Gotti, ask me about it.
Gotti?
Yeah,
Gotti.
Gotti. Okay, Gotti. So the greatest offense there is. Now look. I used to work for Jim Rome show, okay? And we had a few rules on that show, right? Have a take, don't suck was the most famous one, right? But there was also a rule that would get you run as a caller right away. And that rule was there is no self-glossing. So if you came into the show and you gave yourself a nickname, you'd get run. You'd get the buzzer. Rome would hang up your call as quicker than you could get the nickname out, okay? And to me, this feels like a lot of self-glossing by the Cowboys. This is themselves giving them their own nickname, the greatest offense there is. Now, look, if you want to say the greatest offense over the last 5 years for the Cowboys, I think that might be more believable. Maybe let's start there. But to say the greatest offense there is, I mean, the greatest show on turf would like a word. There are other great offenses. I mean, you're in Kansas City, Alex. I'm sure there are some Chiefs teams with some great offenses that would like, all right, Cowboys, let's slow your roll. This is the first week of training camp. Let's not start self-glossing yourself the greatest offense there is. Look, don't get me wrong. Can they be great? Yes. They've got the pieces. They've got the quarterback even. Dak Prescott, I believe, is a very undervalued quarterback. And I think he is I think he could lead the greatest offense there is. But let's maybe keep that under wraps. Let's keep that in-house before we go public, coining ourselves the greatest offense there is. Because I've seen a lot of confident Cowboys teams over the years. And guess how every single one of them over the last 30 years have ended? At home watching the Super Bowl on their couch. So I'm just saying, Cowboys, we've seen this movie before, time and time again. It's just like Spider-Man. Hey, I have a feeling that at the end of the new Spider-Man movie that's out this weekend, I have a feeling that Spider-Man is going to end up winning the day, right? He's going to be safe. No matter what threat is thrown his way, no matter what bad guy hits his way, Spider-Man's going to make it out alive. The Cowboys, however, they're not. Because I have seen this movie before. So the greatest offense there is. Let's keep the Gotti, the self-glossing in-house, unless you two want to get run.
Here's the thing, though, Austin. No matter what that offense is, and I do think it'll be very, very good, that's not the problem, though, in Dallas. The question is, can that defense get to being even average? That defense was so bad a year ago. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not whether or not Dak Prescott and Pickens and Lamb can connect, which I think we all know they will, and they will put up points. Can the defense just be somewhat serviceable? They were horrendous. So that's my question with the Cowboys. Even if they can get to the middle of the pack defensively, they don't have to be a top 10 defense. If they can be 15th, 17th, with that offense, that's how the Cowboys win the division. That's how they maybe become a threat, and then we'll see what happens come playoff time.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Cowboys are the NFC Bengals, right? Like, you've got a good quarterback, you've got a great offense, you've got the weapons in place there. It's like, yeah, we know the offense can be great. I know this Cowboys offense can be great, but you're right. That's a great point, Alex. Like, the defense is really what we need. There's not as good of an acronym for it. I was going to say the GDTI, you need the greatest defense there is to make it what you want to accomplish this year happen. So really, you should be talking to the guys on the other side of the ball.
Then the other, I think, narrative or storyline, I should say, in that division, you kind of mentioned it briefly with Jaden Daniels, but what are we saying about him if this team doesn't make the playoffs, if he misses a lot of games, just looks mediocre and is not like he was his rookie year? We know what the conversation's like in Houston right now, where Stroud put together at the time one of the great rookie seasons, and then he since has fallen off. Despite making the postseason, he was horrific in the postseason, and now there's a lot of questions about it, including with his own team. Remember, they did the 5th-year option for Stroud. They have not given him the long-term contract yet. Could the same thing be happening with Jaden Daniels, where he has the great rookie year and now it's a steady decline? This is a big make or break type of season, just in terms of how we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels and his career moving forward. I really believe that.
Yeah, no, when you first posed that question, the first name that came to my mind was CJ Stroud. Because, I don't want that for Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels is a fun player, and I think we've been disserviced as football fans to be rid of him actually playing and being on the field and being healthy, because he's so exciting and so much fun to watch. But it's a guy, he came out, guns blazing, and I don't know how much of it is just regression or defenses catching up to speed on how to play him, because there's a lot of that in the NFL. But it does feel like, at least where we're trending right now, is Jaden Daniels is having a CJ Stroud type career. And I don't have any faith in CJ Stroud coming out and playing great for the Texans this year. I have more confidence, if Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, that he would be able to bounce back. I mean, obviously, we're talking about a Heisman winner versus, just a guy who was very great in college ball. So, like, I just don't think that I don't want it to have the same fate. I don't know if CJ Stroud will be a Texan next year, right? After this upcoming season. I just don't see them continuing the success that they had, or replicating the success they had his freshman or his rookie season. Jaden Daniels, man, I'm hoping for the best out of the Commanders, and I legitimately feel like if he stays healthy, they will be a playoff team and get a win or two in the playoffs. If they don't, if he can't stay healthy, they may miss the playoffs entirely altogether.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Coming up next here, let's keep talking about the NFL. Maybe ask him about CJ Stroud, Jaden Daniels a little bit, as Emery Hunt is going to join us, owner of Football Game Plan, contributor over at CBS HQ and Sportsline. We'll talk to him about this division right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. We're back here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can watch the show and interact with us in the chat over on YouTube and Twitch. All you have to do is go to YouTube or Twitch and search BetMGM tonight. Our producers keep an eye on the chat over there. They'll pass any of that over to us. You can also hit us up on social at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff. But let's go out to the phones and welcome in Emery Hunt, the owner of Football Game Plan, contributor to CBS HQ in Sportsline, at FBall Game Plan on Twitter and X. We've had Emery on multiple times throughout the last couple of months. And Emery, I do want to start with the news in the NFL today. Unfortunately, out in the Bay Area with the 49ers, I think we kind of had an idea that this was going to be serious with the Deebo Samuel signing, but now it's confirmed that Ricky Pearsall going to need knee surgery, out for the season. What does that do for that wide receiver room?
It puts a lot of strain on the veterans to continue their level of play throughout the course of a season. And we're talking about aging veterans like a Mike Evans and, a guy in Deebo Samuel that, he's been solid, but where is he now at this juncture of his career? And it actually accelerates the need for Deshaun Stribling to step up and be that guy and what they wanted him to be when they drafted him when they did, over guys like Denzel Boston and whatnot. So it puts a strain on the rest of the room, and you have no room for error if one of these aging veterans goes down with an injury.
Emery, earlier this week, Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen was talking all about how the Jaguars don't really get any respect. He went down the NFLnetwork.com front page and, said we're not even featured on here once. You see Caleb Williams on there, 40 times, but not a mention of the Jaguars. And it was true. I mean, there was no mention of a team that had an 8-game winning streak last year, won 13 games total. And Liam Cohen really does seem like he has been able to pull the best out of Trevor Lawrence. Are the Jaguars the most slept-on team in football, or is there another team out there for you that you feel like is going to have a big year this year that is just getting no conversation whatsoever?
But did the Jaguars have those 8 games in the snow like the Bears did? The Bears did in exciting fashion. So, but all jokes aside, I feel like, when you look at Jacksonville, yeah, they're good, they're solid, they're competitive. But they're not flashy. I think the flash is what gets you those headlines that he's looking for on, NFL.com. But I feel like the Jags, just by what they did in the draft, kind of soured people a little bit on their potential this season. And so they're looking elsewhere for, okay, who's going to be that next team? I think you have to look at the Jets and you have to look at the Browns as two teams that have had great off seasons. They've added so much talent on both sides of the ball. Now, granted, we've seen this done before when you've added talent and it looks good on paper. But, man, if it clicks for both teams, we're talking about two teams that could potentially make the playoffs.
Emery, while you're mentioning the Jaguars there, Travis Hunter, year 2, we know the injury last year around the draft and post-draft, it was all about how much is he going to play on defense? How much is he going to play on offense? What should the expectation be for Travis Hunter, and is there a chance that people have kind of forgotten still the type of athlete and playmaker he can be?
Yeah, I think people have forgotten how good this dude is, and what he did in college was truly one of one unique, to where he was a legit starter and go-to guy on offense and a lockdown corner on defense, and that's what made you fall in love with Travis Hunter, the prospect. So I just hope Jacksonville doesn't forget that's why you drafted him that high. That's why you traded up to get him, because you wanted that two-way player, and allow the two-way player to be a two-way player. Now, granted, in the NFL, you can find creative ways to, help save him or protect him from himself, because, he wants to go out there and full go play all the snaps. So you can find creative ways on offense to have him play 25, 30 snaps, but while he's still a full-time starter on defense. But you don't want to take away what made him such a unique and special talent, because, man, we were finding guys to try to compare him to, and Champ Bailey was the closest one, but Bailey wasn't even a go-to guy on Georgia's offense when he was in college. Travis Hunter was truly a one-on-one, and I hope people don't forget that.
Emery Hunt from Football Game Plan joins us at FBall Game Plan on Twitter. And Emery, we've been breaking down the NFC East all day today, and got to know your thoughts. What team do you see coming out as from the top? Because Alex and I have kind of gone back and forth, and it does feel like it is a fairly wide open division for any team to kind of take that crown this year.
I think it's really a two-team race, to be honest. It's the Eagles and the Cowboys. And for Philadelphia, as long as Jalen Hurts is under center, they're going to be in contention for the top spot or at least number 2, because Jalen Hurts, to me, is the type of guy that can keep his team afloat and be steady when everything around him changes. And for the Cowboys, is just the lone question for Dallas is, can their defense get to 15th in the NFL? Because if they can get to 15, when we expect the offense to be top 5, top 8, they're going to go to the postseason. That was the only issue that kept them out of the postseason last year. The offense isn't the issue. They couldn't stop anybody. And we saw them take that part of the ball seriously starting last year when they made the late season move for Quentin Williams. And it just built on top of that this offseason by leaning into free agency with defensive talent, drafting more defensive talent. So if they could just get to average defensively, both of these teams, I think, will represent the East. Now, the Giants, I think the Giants legitimately will have a top 5 defense. The question is whether or not their offense can do enough to where they can squeak past, or at least split the Cowboys and or the Eagles. That's their biggest bugaboo, because the entire NFC looks stacked. So if they're going to make a chance to get to the 7th seed of the postseason, they're going to have to split between Dallas and Philadelphia if they're going to make that happen.
Malik Neighbors, we know when he was healthy how impressive of a playmaker he was. It looks like this knee injury, maybe it's taken a little bit longer to come back from. Should we be concerned, or should Giants fans be concerned that it's going to take some time till Malik Neighbors looks like Malik Neighbors again, or do you think he can be that player pretty quick?
I think they need to operate with some level of caution, because the one thing that has happened in this country is that Adrian Peterson injury has ruined ACL recovery for everybody, because they felt like, well, Adrian Peterson came back the next year and ran for 2,000 yards. This ain't nothing but a little ACL injury. Like, no, everybody's body is different. Not, what I'm saying? Every knee injury is, and how you respond to it is different. So that's why we saw the Giants go over, heavy-handed in signing these veterans. We talked about that earlier, raising the floor for the room. Well, you do that by going in an Odell Beckham Jr. and bringing him back into the fold, and the Juju Smith-Schuster, and you draft a Malachi Fields, a big body wide receiver, so that ease Emily without rushing him back onto the field and then subsequently upset because he's hurt again and not fully 100%. So I hope they don't rush him back. I hope they don't get enamored by these training camp clips and slow motion highlights that we see coming out now in droves. Like, don't be fooled by that. Let him come back until he's fully ready and healthy to go, and therefore you get the best of Malik Neighbors.
Emery, I want to shift gears to the college game real quick. This week, Curt Cignetti came out and basically, they weren't even necessarily veiled shots. They were basically direct shots at the SEC for, whining when they don't win a natty and all of that. And while I do agree with them, I do feel like the Big Ten has kind of overtaken that crown from the SEC as the best conference in football. I do have to say that the SEC this year seems more wide open than it's been, because I could rattle off probably 6 or 7 different teams that I think I could see potentially winning the SEC this year. Who do you think is the front runner to, hoist whatever it is that hard to carry trophy is that they've got in the SEC with those 2 football players tackling each other, whatever that trophy is? Who do you see hoisting it in December?
Listen, yeah, you're right. That trophy is about as big as the Joe Moore Award. He's like, man, somebody got to carry that thing. But I would say you're right about it being so wide open, but I just can't get away from a team like Georgia. The reason why, even though Texas may have pound for pound more talent than Georgia, or other teams, like LSU got the splash with Lane Kiffin, and Ole Miss, we saw them in the postseason last year. Georgia has the coaching staff that you trust in these high-level situations, right? You have a Kirby Smart that's battle-tested. And what's unique about Georgia is that they're doing it the old school way. You know, you thought Georgia would have been out in the forefront of the NIL era and transfer portal. They don't really do none of that. And so they lose more guys than they bring in via transfers and NIL money. And so they're just developing guys. Every time you look out there, Georgia's O-line and D-line looks like a Georgia O-line and D-line, and they find ways to get it done. Gunnar Stockton is not more physically talented than, you know, the Arch Mannings or the John Mateers of the world. But, man, who would you trust in the need-to-have-it moment? It would be Gunnar Stockton and how he goes out there and manages the game, or Trinidad Chambers. But that's the beauty of Georgia. That's why I feel more confident about those guys winning this thing as opposed to anyone else, because I've seen them do it before when no one expects them to.
We've had you on the show multiple times, Emory, around the draft, talking about the quarterback talent in this year's class. Look ahead to next year a little bit and all the big-name quarterbacks in college football, a guy like Dante Moore that decided to come back and stay at Oregon. What should we be looking for out of these quarterbacks this year? Is there a name that outside of Manning, outside of Moore, for example, that people should be keeping a close eye on to get a head start maybe on already the guys that we'll be talking about throughout this college football season?
I honestly believe Darian Mensah is the best quarterback in college football in terms of the NFL draft. And the reason why I say that is I'm big on how do you play in high leverage moments, not when everything is going great and you have all the best assets around you. We saw Darian Mensah do this at Tulane, and then all the talk was like, well, he did it at Tulane. Can he do it at a Power 4 school? Then he just goes to Duke and wins the ACC at Duke, beating Clemson in the process. And we hadn't talked about – we're talking football here. We're not talking about ACC basketball with Duke winning championships. We're talking about the last time he did that was 1989. Clarkson Hines wasn't out there, you know, for Darian Mensah. He went out there and won an ACC championship in football for Duke. And then now he's going to Miami. So I feel like with better talent around him, he's just going to do the best things that he's always done. I always like that he's a great situational football player, and he's able to do it in the biggest of games. So I think that's going to manifest itself out there on the field for him. And I would say the second best quarterback in the country is Trinidad Chambers for those same exact reasons. We saw a dude go from Division II Ferris State, win a national championship, to Ole Miss, and had those guys damn near in the national championship game because of what he's able to do in those high leverage moments. So, man, give me those quarterbacks. They may not be the most physically imposing or whatnot, but, man, it's about winning games and putting your team in position to win games. That's what the NFL game is how you handle pressure. And I feel like those two guys handle it better than the rest.
Well, Emory, listen, man, we want to thank you for joining us. You are the greatest Louisiana Lafayette star to come on this show, and we appreciate you as always at Football Game Plan on Twitter. Football Game Plan. Honestly, you do such great work, Emory. We always love having you on, man.
I appreciate that, man. Listen, y'all got to get better UL Lafayette former football players on the show, man. I can't be the best one y'all got on.
No, man. No, we got the best. We don't need to go hunting for any more.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
Emory Hunt. Absolutely. Good stuff. Always enjoy having Emory join us here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up next, though, let's talk about a change up in the broadcast landscape for the start of this NFL season. Could it have longer lasting ramifications as well? That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game
If you get a hit, you win a prize. It's that simple. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Thanks again to Emery Hunt for joining us in the last segment. I mentioned a shakeup maybe in the broadcast world. We don't know if this is going to be short-lived or a long-term change, but last week during our show, the news broke that Tony Romo had been stopped for an OWI in Wisconsin. And we've learned more details since, right? He received 3 citations from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office following the traffic stop. He was seen passing cars in a gore area, which separates interstate traffic from cars entering from an on-ramp. By now, maybe you've seen the body cam footage from the traffic stop itself. Since then, CBS Sports has placed Tony Romo on leave, and the network has moved J.J. Watt to the number 1 crew with Jim Nantz. So it'll be Nantz, J.J. Watt, Tracy Wolfson to start this football season. I don't know about you. We're going to find out how much they like Tony Romo, because I know some fans, some viewers have kind of gotten sick of it. While initially it was fun, now people have gotten tired of him. But he signed a massive deal. If they were trying to ever get out of that deal, this is their out to get out of the deal. Right now, it just appears to be put him on leave, let him work on whatever he needs to work on, if you believe that's what needs to happen. And we got someone in J.J. Watt that's ready to join Nantz. But I think this is kind of an audition, don't you?
Yeah, this overreaction, if you want to call it that, from CBS to already put him on indefinite leave and promote J.J. Watt into his chair with Jim Nantz and Tracy Wolfson on that number 1 crew for CBS. That is kind of the handwriting on the wall of where CBS stood with Romo going into this, in my opinion. I feel like, and there were those reports last year from like maybe Awful announcing that CBS was kind of growing tired of Tony Romo. And you're right. There wasn't a broadcaster, at least in my lifetime that I remember, that burst onto the scene quite as well as Tony Romo did. When in that first year, it was unreal. He was fresh out of playing in the league. He goes right into the broadcast booth, and he was calling things out before they happened on the broadcast. Like, he was like Nostradamus. Like, it was really fun to watch, and the insight that he was giving. Now, like any fresh out of the league player, the more you are out of the game, the more the game kind of changes and passes you by, and you don't necessarily have as good of insight. But, and apparently, with obviously the very expensive price tag that he came with for CBS, there were reports that he was, focused more on golfing. And we always know he's always been a good golfer. Like he could have probably gone pro as a golfer. He's that good. And I think, just over time, I don't want to say laziness, but that work ethic wasn't necessarily there, at least according to the reports that came out. And then Tony Romo gets into trouble. He gets into the car after drinking a little too much or I guess a lot too much at a golf tournament. Is heading to his grandma and grandparents' house in Wisconsin, where he's originally from, and gets pulled over. This was CBS's out. And clearly, the fact that they overreact, and I don't even want to say overreacted, the fact that they reacted so quickly to this news and already pulled him off their number 1 team, put him on that indefinite leave, tells me all that I need to know about how CBS felt about Tony Romo. And I think it would very well could lead. I already saw reports that there's a morality clause in his contract that CBS may be trying to dive into, which could lead to a $72 million lawsuit. But I just think CBS had been kind of growing tired with Tony Romo's shtick, and we're looking for a way out, and kind of got one last Saturday.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what might be happening here. I also think J.J. Watt, I'll be honest, he's been on the number 2 or number 3 crew. I haven't listened to a ton of games in which J.J. Watt has done. My guess is with Jim Nantz, it's going to sound pretty good. It might even be pretty refreshing for everybody. I think the Nance Romo crew 3 years ago, if you would have asked me, I would have said was the number 2 crew, probably for me, number 3 crew. It's not anywhere near that anymore. Like I know people give Collinsworth a lot of crap. I think Tirico and Collinsworth, to me, they're the number 1 crew. Buck and Aikman's number 2 for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think Greg Olson is phenomenal over at Fox. And I think Tom Brady has gotten way better in just a year, now 2 years, I guess, of being a broadcast. I think Tom Brady's gotten a heck of a lot better because what you just said is the difference. Tony Romo, I do think you can say he got lazy. Tom Brady, we know he wants to be the best at everything. And Tom Brady, you know he's working on his craft. Even if you didn't like his WWE Jake Paul, Logan Paul crap last week, I know he's studying up. And to me, my top crew, like Tom Brady's moving up the list, I guess is what I'm trying to say, as far as a color analyst, I should say.
I do think Tom Brady's getting better, but Tom Brady's first year broadcasting comparatively to Tony Romo's first year comparatively, it's night and day. Like Tony Romo was far and above better than Brady was his first year. And it almost felt like Brady was calling games with a leash on. Like he felt like he couldn't be critical of teams, and maybe he can't because of his role as an owner, and obviously like he can't go to certain broadcast meetings because of his role as an owner, which to me does a disservice to us, the football fans, which I have my my gripes about Tom Brady, being in the broadcast booth, but to your point, he has gotten better. When it comes to JJ Watt, I do think JJ Watt is good. JJ Watt, as a Titans fan, that's I think he has called maybe one Titans game ever, and that was like the best Titans game that the broadcast team that the Titans have gotten on a game in the last 4 seasons, because we normally get the Sparrow Ditas, the Adam Archuletas, the Andrew Catalon, Charles Davis crew.
Yeah.
Like that, we bounce around to those 2 guys. I almost feel bad for them because they have to call so many damn Titans games, especially when the Titans were so bad. So I have been able to see JJ Watt a couple of times, and he does do a good job. I don't know if he'll be able to elevate that broadcast with Nance and Wilson. I think they do a tremendous job all around, but losing Tony Romo it's going to sound definitely a little bit different this year.
Who's your top 3 crew though for NFL games right now?
So I'm a big Joe Davis stan. I think he is one of the best broadcasters we have.
He's very
football.
good. Yep.
And he's not even on the number 1 crew for Fox. I just think that he does a great job calling. But I when it comes to the all-in broadcast, I think I do have to go with Fox over any branch. I do think they do a great job. Kevin Burkhardt. I wish Greg Olson and Kevin Burkhardt were still in the booth together because I loved them when they were together. Obviously, Tom Brady takes precedent, but with Aaron Andrews and then freaking Tom Rinaldi, whenever he gets on a mic, I start tearing up. Like even if he's just reporting on like someone's injury or something, I'm just so used to him on College Game Day making me cry every Saturday morning that it's just whenever I hear his voice, it's like Pavlov's dog with the waterworks going down my cheeks.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's strong. I think Kevin Harlan, well, we're talking overall crew, so I got to consider his color analyst, but and some of the broadcasts. But yeah, Kevin Harlan to me from an excitement angle is phenomenal. I just think from a completely sound broadcast between play-by-play and color analyst, to me, Aikman, Buck, Tirico, Collinsworth. And maybe it's because they get the luxury of always calling the bigger games prime time. It just feels bigger. The production, like I think NBC, Sunday Night Football,
NBC, yeah.
Nerdy. Now we're getting nerdy, but the production, the graphics, and everything is way better on NBC than anybody else.
Yeah, we are getting nerdy, but every football fan has a take on this, right? Like every football fan has the crews that they like, the broadcast that they like. And you're right. NBC does do a tremendous job. NBC does a tremendous job with sports all across the board. I'm so glad that they got Sunday Night Baseball. I'm glad that the NBA is back on NBC because I do think they do a great job. I think Fox Sports does a tremendous job. And Joe Buck, Buck and Aikman are fantastic. There's not really a ton of, I will say this, Kirk Herbstreit, I think, has done far better in his role than I expected, and I just hate that he's Al Michaels feels like he phones it in every Thursday.
Herbstreit's way better on college, though. I think he's okay on prime.
Agreed.
But, he's way better on college games. All right, up next though, let's get back into the NFL, including teams that think they don't get enough attention, teams that think they're not flying under the radar. We'll hear from a couple coaches next. 2 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. We'll keep an eye on the chat over there. Appreciate those of you listening on another Saturday. Quiet so far on the MLB trade deadline. So far, I'm wondering if it's just going to absolutely explode tomorrow, kind of what you were saying with the Scoop Bowl. Maybe tomorrow's the day, but we didn't know. Maybe we got 2 more hours of the show, so maybe we get a trade or two still today, but it's quiet, and we'll keep an eye on that. We'll get back into the big names that could be on the move and what it means for some of the betting odds over at BetMGM in just a little bit. You can follow Austin over on Twitter and Instagram at Austin Huff, myself, Alex Gold, at Alex KC Gold on Instagram. Let's keep talking NFL, though, because there are a couple coaches that went back and forth about the attention that they're getting or not getting, and then we can talk about maybe teams flying under the radar. How about Liam Cohen down in Jacksonville? His team ended up with a pretty good first year, to say the least, for him with Trevor Lawrence down in Jacksonville in the AFC South. He was on 1010XL down in Jacksonville talking about motivation for his players.
You know what I said to the staff the other day was, I go, guys, this is the best part of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't have to make up telling your players stuff.
Yeah,
you don't have to make up the fire. You don't have to make it up. It's given to us every day. Yeah. And it's like a welcome. It's a gift from the heavens. From you just scroll. I just go pull up my phone, look at the NFL Network website, and just pop up here. And I'm curious if I see any photos or anything about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think I'll just scroll right on through.
Keep going, yeah.
I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams, and I won't see a single thing about any of our players on here. And so it's beautiful because it's like, yeah, guys, this is great. Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I'm going to tell all these guys how much you all think they suck, and we'll just keep going.
Yeah, well, and what's beautiful about that is like you don't have to manufacture.
I don't.
It. You know, make up something goes to the room.
They do see through. They see through.
Yeah, right. They do. Right.
They see through fraudulent. They see through when you're not being honest with them.
I think it is, of course, a coach's dream, what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want. Nobody talking about you. Nobody telling you how good you are constantly. I get why he's giddy about it.
I love the candidness there. Honestly, I wish more coaches were more candid like that, because he was talking as if Alex, like you and I were at the bar with him, right? Like he was just chatting it up, like, yeah, like no one believes in us. And then he literally pulls out his phone during that interview and starts scrolling down NFLnetwork.com. And it's true. Like he has a point. The Jaguars are being slept on, and you don't have to motivate that kind of that fuel to the fire, right? Like it's, and like, I think back to like, a few years ago, your own Kansas City Chiefs, like when Travis Kelce, like in a post game was like, yeah, nobody's believing in us. It's like, I don't think since Patrick Mahomes took over as a starting quarterback in Kansas City, anyone has never, I mean, sure, maybe times like they've maybe predicted against the Chiefs, but like everyone still like knows that the Chiefs are going to be there at the end when all is said and done. The Jaguars, however, that's a team that is legitimately disrespected because they won 13 games last year. They had an 8-game winning streak. Liam Cohen seems to have found the cheat code and has unlocked the abilities from Trevor Lawrence. Like Trevor Lawrence hasn't looked last year. He looked as good as he had since he was in college playing under Dabo Swinney. Like it is like, so I legitimately do feel like the Jaguars may very well be the most slept on team in football. But of course, him mentioning Caleb Williams in that clip then starts to get people from my neck of the woods here in Chicago, like talking like, hey, wait a minute, was that a shot? And then, then Ben Johnson gets asked about it.
Well, we're the number one regression candidates, so I think we got plenty of motivation ourselves. We talked about Caleb in the past; he's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
The reporter there did ask, like, basically say like, oh, Liam Cohen kind of took shots. I will say this: Liam Cohen was not taking shots when he put Caleb Williams' name in his mouth during that whole thing. Like he wasn't taking a shot at Caleb Williams. He was just saying, hey, and rightfully so. Like you would imagine, Chicago's the number 3 market in the country, and if the Bears are good, you're going to get a lot of talk about the Bears, and the Bears have been good. So, yeah, there's going to be more clips of Caleb Williams on the NFL Network's homepage. I don't think he was saying it as like Caleb Williams doesn't deserve that. He was just saying, you know, if the Bears put together the season the Jaguars put together last year, 13 wins, 8 straight, you know, and win the division, yeah, I mean, obviously the Bears did have a great year last year, but like you would get way more buzz than the Jaguars are getting right now.
Oh, totally. Yeah, it's just a market difference. I mean, we market difference. Caleb Williams, personality-wise, you know, sells is more intriguing. Trevor Lawrence is not the most exciting person in the world. Caleb Williams is what is it, Iceman, right, or whatever it is? He tries
Iceman, yeah, Madden cover too.
So, I mean,
yeah.
So I mean, there's just some of it's just a marketability thing, and in one of the biggest media markets in the country. So I think we all understand that part of it. Now, who do you actually think is under the radar? Like, I agree with you, Jacksonville is. Chicago clearly is not an under the radar team. So you might be a regression candidate. That doesn't mean you're a sleeper under the radar team. I don't think this team is going to end up being an under radar team, as I see more and more people talking about them. But I'm one of the believers that Kyler Murray is going to work in Minnesota. So I'm a believer in the Vikings. Not that they're going to go win the Super Bowl, but I think they could surprise a lot of people. They won 9 games last year, despite having J.J. McCarthy and the Max Brosner or whatever his name is. That was awful. Maybe the worst quarterback in football last year. Now you have Kyler Murray with Justin Jefferson and Addison. The defense still has Brian Flores there. I do think Minnesota has a chance to surprise a lot of people and be a 11, 12-plus win football team this year at least. Maybe better. They could be honestly, like they could be a top 2 seed in the NFC this year. That's how bullish I am on them. I think they're under the radar because of Kyler.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin O'Connell's got a little bit of that Kyle Shanahan to him, right? Like it's like he can pull the best out of his guys, right? Like, and especially at the quarterback position. And you've seen, Sam Darnold's career got flipped after working with Kevin O'Connell, right? And he's now a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So I do think that KOC will be able to pull out the best out of. I think that's a great one. I think the Vikings will play more spoiler than they will front runner because of how hard that division is. The NFC North, in my opinion, is one of the hardest divisions in football. But I do think that they will, you know, I mean, think about it. Like they'll probably be on that 8, 9, 10 win doorstep by the end of the season. I don't think it's going to be good enough to win that division, but I do think they will be playing spoiler for a lot of those teams in that division. The Bears potentially being one of them. I really think that a couple of teams. For me, I think the Steelers are a team that, and I know it's weird to call the Steelers a slept-on team because every year we expect them to be right at 500, right? You know, but I do think that roster has gotten tremendously better. Aaron Rodgers has made amends with his family, which tells me he's found that inner peace more than any darkness retreat, ayahuasca trip could do for him. I do legitimately think that Aaron Rodgers is going to, you know, whether this be his last year or whatever, him pairing back up with Mike McCarthy, and you know, look, again, I'm not reading into any training camp reports because obviously from the list, you know how much I hate people overreacting to practice. However, him and DK Metcalf are having great chemistry and they had some good chemistry last year. So I do feel like the Steelers are only going to be better in year 2 with Aaron Rodgers and with the pairing of Mike McCarthy. So I do think that is a team that has the potential. And plus, I think the rest of the division, I don't think the Ravens, I don't know what they're going to do under Jesse Minter and the Bengals. Who knows what's going to happen in Zach Taylor? This could be Zach Taylor's last year coaching the Bengals if they don't make the playoffs. So I do feel like the road is paved there for the Steelers.
The Steelers do fit maybe a little bit under the radar. There's not that many teams that you can say are actually going in under the radar that we think should be getting way more attention. Like going to the NFC West, no teams under the radar in the NFC West. The Cardinals are not going to be that good, so they're not under the radar. So the NFC West, no. The AFC West, no teams under the radar. Everybody's talking about Mahomes. Everybody's talking about the Chargers and Mike McDaniel. Everybody's talking about the Broncos and what they did a year ago. I'm just trying to think division by division. NFC South, is there anybody really under the radar? I get maybe the Falcons. Maybe that would be about it for me. Or are you going to throw out the Saints? Because I don't buy Tyler Shuck winning that division. Sorry.
You don't? See, Kellen Moore, I feel like is one of
Kellen
those
Moore.
coaches. Yeah. I think he's a great coach, and I think that's a big reason why Tyler Shuck kind of had that explosion that he had at the end of last year. I'm excited to see kind of a full season with Shuck and Kellen Moore working together. I don't know if it's enough to buy in to think that they'll win the division, but I do think the Saints, kind of like I was just saying about the Vikings, play that role of spoiler. I do think I could see the Saints doing that. Now, do you want me to go super homer on you real quick?
I know where you're going. Look, here's the thing. Before you say them, I push back on them being under the radar because I think they have become a very trendy team. Everybody thinks they're going to be better than we. I don't know if they're under the radar anymore. I think too many people are talking about the team you're about to mention. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I have been watching a lot of Netflix's quarterback docuseries, right? And even on that show alone, and I'm not complaining. I don't want this to come across as complaining. I understand. I've worked in national radio. I've worked for Jim Rome. I've worked for other national sports talk radio shows in the past, okay? Obviously doing this with you every Saturday on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Like, I understand the national landscape and what moves the needle and what doesn't. The Tennessee Titans do not move the needle. Okay. And there is a reason why Cam Ward gets maybe 5 minutes per episode in the quarterback docuseries. Even Joe Flacco is more exciting than Cam Ward with the Titans. I understand that. However, I do think that I'm just saying, like, things are starting to arise, like the dust is starting to clear there in Nashville. And Robert Saleh paired with Brian Daboll, and I know New York Giants fans are going to push back on that, but to me, Brian Daboll was a Peter Principle hire. He is a guy who deserves just as who is it? The offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh right now, Arthur Smith. Another Peter Principle guy, where it's like guys that were hired as
he went back to college
as head coaches. Yeah, exactly. With Ohio State. Guys that were hired as head coaches that just maybe weren't good as head coaches, but they're great. Josh McDaniels is another one. Like, they're great coordinators. They're just not head coaching material. Daboll, to me, is that. And look, I think the Titans will have Daboll for maybe 1 year, because if their offense is great this year, he'll probably be the number one name on a lot of people's head coaching lists down the stretch. But, you've got a guy like Robert Saleh, who was, maybe not great in his first stint as a head coach, went back to that coordinator route, and now he's getting his second shot as a head coach. I don't know. I just feel like there's things lurking there in Nashville. I'm not ready to say that they're going to, win 8 games, win 9 games. But I do think you're going to see a Tennessee Titans team that's much better, because nobody ever thinks about the Tennessee Titans. I think they're going to have a good enough team to where people are going to be forced to think about them this season.
No, I'm with you that I think they're going to be better than people think. I think there's a chance they bump up and they're an 8-win football team and have a chance to make it kind of interesting late, where they at least have a shot to sneak in as a wild card. I don't think they'll get there. But no, defensively, they're going to be a problem for teams. I really believe that. And I still have questions in that division about C.J. Stroud and the Texans. So as good as that defense is for Houston, if Stroud doesn't get it figured out a bit more, are they vulnerable? The Colts, I think, are going to take a massive step back. I think the Colts are going to be awful this year, personally. I think the Tennessee Titans have a chance there. Yeah.
And I know I'm asking a lot in this request, but I ask everyone who can hear my voice at this moment: watch Cam Ward play football, because he is fun to watch. And I have not felt this much fun at the quarterback position. I say Ryan Tannehill brought a lot of joy and success to the Tennessee Titans in Nashville. Even better than the joy that he brought to that, made the offense stable. Even the early days of Marcus Mariota, like, Cam Ward he's just got something about him, like a Mamba mentality. I think he is a very exciting player, and I think he's going to do a lot of cool things this season in his second year in the league.
Yeah, like Carnell Tate pick as well. We'll see that backfield. I got some questions about a little bit. Tony Pollard back again. We'll see. I thought they were going to draft somebody much higher, but obviously they went Tate.
Yeah,
instead.
He's an 1,000-yard rusher from last year. Like I think like he's steady. He's steady enough. I think he's no Kenneth Walker like the Chiefs were able to get in the backfield this year. But he's steady enough, I feel like. But yeah, you're right. I was really hoping that they were going to land Jeremiah Love with that number 4 pick, but the Cardinals swooped in and got him.
Up next, though, let's talk about a team that I think is actually headed in a different direction and now kind of got sideways with their own quarterback. Let's head down to Tampa and talk about the Bucs next here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Let's keep talking NFL as training camps around the NFL are underway. We'll get back into some of the injury news. Also, keeping an eye on the MLB trade deadline. I did just see an alert come through that the Pirates are acquiring a reliever from the Yankees for a couple of prospects. Duvall, I believe, just got traded. Camilo Duvall from the Yankees for 2 prospects, according to Jeff Passan.
These trades that we've gotten so far, and we've gotten I think 3 of them, they are literally like, it's like when you go to a steakhouse and they give you, not like the bread basket, but they give you the, those little thin pretzel rod, not pretzel rods, but those bread sticks. You know what I'm talking about? Like the real thin ones. You're like, all right, this is, I guess this is something to nibble on, but I'm here for the steak. And for baseball fans, we're here for the scooble. Just give us that trade so then we can get to the dessert and see what else happens, because that is the first domino that we are all waiting to fall, including all 30 MLB franchises. Where Scooble gonna go? We need to know before we can get this thing on the road.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the trade deadline if anything of more significance happens, but did want to pass along that trade that just went down, according to Jeff Passan. All right, back to the NFL. Baker Mayfield seems to have gotten sideways with the Bucs organization, and I understand where he's coming from. I also understand where the Bucs are coming from, but you also are gearing yourself up to this being the last year in Tampa. I think for Baker Mayfield, if you're not following the situation, Baker a month or 2 ago set a deadline of training camp to get a long-term deal done. He told Jeremy Fowler of ESPN this week that they were pretty far off from the $50 million per year he was seeking, but the amount of years, which it was a 2-year contract that he was offered, was probably the most disappointing part. He told the media he felt disrespected and undervalued. The Bucs reportedly are not happy with his comments about the organization, and so here we go. They move forward. He's going to be their starting quarterback, but obviously not at the contract that he was hoping to have. I think with the way this organization is trending, Vita Vea requesting a trade, Baker Mayfield clearly not happy going into the final year of a contract. Todd Bowles, to me, should not be the head coach this year anyway. I would have fired him after last year. I think this is a Bucs team that's missing the playoffs again, not winning this division, obviously. And I think they're going to end up having a brand new quarterback and new head coach next year. I think Baker Mayfield, who will turn 32 next offseason, assuming he stays healthy this year, will have some opportunities elsewhere.
I'll say this drama that's going down in Tampa with your quarterback, if you're a Buccaneers fan, this is fantastic news for this year only. Right? Because when Baker Mayfield plays with a chip on his shoulder, as he has for most of his career, he plays his best. When he plays with a chip on his shoulder in college, after, having to walk on to Oklahoma after transferring away from Texas Tech and not getting the starting job over, was it Davis Mills or someone at Tech who beat him out for that job? He then goes to Oklahoma and, just so happens to win a Heisman Trophy and bring Oklahoma to the college football playoff back when it was just a 4-team playoff. Baker Mayfield plays his best when he's got a chip on his shoulder, and Buccaneers fans know this from his very first year in Tampa when he was the guy replacing the guy after filling in the shoes of Tom Brady. He gets a 1-year, I think $8 million deal. Basically, essentially a prove-it deal. Go out there and let's see what you got, because no other team, this is after he had been bounced around from Cleveland to Carolina, and then he gets his shot at Tampa Bay and goes out with a chip on his shoulder and just balls out and wins the division there in Tampa after Brady was done. And then, he gets his 3-year, $100 million contract and goes out and continues to win the division every year except for last year. And obviously he was dealing, with some injuries last year. But I just feel like I understand, kind of like you said, I understand where the Bucs are coming from. I understand where he's coming from with the feeling disrespected. Now, vocalizing it, that's a different thing, but that's the territory that you get with Baker Mayfield. He is always going to be open and upfront. He speaks his mind always, even in the press conferences after games from week to week. You know, if he had a slight with someone on the field, you're going to hear about it because that's just who he is. And so you do have to take the good of that with Baker Mayfield with the bad. And the bad is he's kind of throwing his team under the bus and ruffling some feathers there. And you're right. Like this very well could be the last year for him in Tampa.
You know what, though? Like I think if he really wanted, this is why I'm surprised the Bucs have leaked out there that they're unhappy. Yeah, he said he doesn't feel appreciated, but he could make this way uglier if he wanted to. He has said he doesn't want to do the hold-in stuff. That's why he didn't want the negotiations to continue after training camp started. Like he could have made this way worse, right? He could have said, "I'm just not going to show up." That would be hurting his teammates. That would be hurting the organization. I give him credit for that at least.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, and it like he is being honest. Now personally, I would just be honest with them behind closed doors. I don't know if I would basically publicize this because it just creates somewhat of a distraction. And, you know, you don't want maybe other guys even in your own building. Like he's supposed to be the leader of the 51 other men on that roster. And you never know what kind of tension that could create of him complaining about not getting the $50 million that he feels like he's deserved. And I agree with him. I do think that he belongs because if he gets that $50 million payday, that puts him right under Jalen Hurts. Well, Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl MVP. Like Jalen Hurts has earned that $51 million payday that he's currently got. Baker Mayfield saying, I deserve at least just right underneath that, which would put him above Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones. I mean, maybe Sam Darnold, you could argue, probably deserves a bump in pay after what he accomplished last year. But I think I would much rather have a Baker Mayfield as my quarterback than a Deshaun Watson, than a Daniel Jones. And that's basically where he's saying he wants to be slotted in there in the pecking order of quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, where do you think the Bucs are this year, though? Because Baker was an MVP candidate for 8 weeks. Started to get hurt, injuries. Bucky Irving ends up getting hurt as well. Now there's no Mike Evans. Bucky's reportedly healthy, but he's still coming off a shoulder injury. As I said, Mike Evans is gone. Vita Vea maybe will be gone. He wants to get traded. We'll see. Todd Bowles, to me, makes too many mistakes in game. I think it's the Bucs team that's looking at like a really bad 6-win season. I really believe there's a chance. Like they were what, an 8-win team last year, 7-win team last year.
They do have an incredibly difficult second place schedule coming up. The AFC South is playing the NFC North this year, and so that's 4 tough games at home or on the road. It doesn't matter. And they've got a really tough road ahead. I'm like you. I don't trust Todd Bowles. I don't know what what his war will be as a head coach, but I do think that they benefit from playing in that division because I don't think it's going to take much to win that division again. You know, obviously the Panthers snuck in from out of nowhere last year to win that division last year. I think that they benefit from playing in that division. So I think they could go out and have a rough season, but still be there in the end come week 17, week 18.
So that's what's happening in Tampa. If you're wondering, just MVP markets over at BetMGM, Baker Mayfield has the 18th highest odds, 40-1 to win. I think that'd be a terrible bet, quite honestly. Last year was the year it was going to happen if it was.
Do you think the ask, though, is too much? Like, do you think him asking for $50 million a year, which I think would put him as maybe the 12th highest paid quarterback in the league or something? Like, it's still
no, I don't.
Like he's still down there.
I don't think it's crazy at all. Plus, you know this. Like, there's quarterbacks. The way the market works, the cycle. The guy that is the highest paid at the time is not always the best quarterback in football. I mean, Mahomes just redid his contract this offseason. He fell all the way back to like the 10th highest paid at one point in time. He's obviously not the 10th best quarterback in football. Derek Carr was once the highest paid quarterback in football at one point in his career. He was never the best quarterback. So yeah, I mean, Baker asking for $50 million, that's the going rate. I mean, look at the next crop of quarterbacks. This is why it's a big year for CJ Stroud. They did the 5th-year option. But if Stroud plays well this year, they're going to have to pay Stroud like he's a top 5 quarterback in football, even if he's not. I mean, it's just the cycle
Right.
of how this thing goes. It's why you got to take advantage, of these rookie contracts when you have the young quarterbacks like Caleb Williams or like a Drake May, for example.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to throw a couple quarterbacks your way. You tell me, would you rather have the quarterback I throw your way or Baker Mayfield? So Baker Mayfield or, okay?
Contracts the same in this hypothetical?
Yeah, let's say just hypothetical. Just play on the field.
Gotcha.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I'll take Baker Mayfield. Absolutely.
Okay. Deshaun Watson.
Baker Mayfield.
Brock Purdy.
I'll take Brock Purdy.
Justin Herbert.
I'll take Justin Herbert.
Jared Goff.
I'll take Jared Goff.
Okay. All right. What about Jordan Love?
I'll take Jordan Love.
Okay. Wow. Okay. What about Aaron Rodgers? 42-year-old.
Okay, come on now. Obviously, I'll take Baker Mayfield at this point.
Okay, all right. Cam Ward.
Well, that's just tricky because there's such an age gap between the two. I mean, the upside is still Cam Ward's the answer. You got to go Cam Ward.
Okay, and Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, come on now. Now you're just toying with me. I feel.
What about Patrick Mahomes?
What about Patrick Mahomes? I don't know. I don't know. I was told that he's not good anymore.
Okay, wait.
I don't know.
One more. Jalen Hurts.
Oh, Jalen Hurts. Even though I got my questions, it's still Jalen Hurts. But I definitely have my questions about Hurts. To me, he just doesn't pass the eye test. But I also respect the hell out of him because to me, he's had to deal with Nick Sirianni and 6 different offensive coordinators, even if and he's won a Super Bowl. But yeah,
I agree with you. I agree with you on Hurts. I do think but it's closer than I probably would have expected it to be. Like I think I don't know. I just think very highly of Baker Mayfield, and I do think he is undervalued in the league. And he's one of those quarterbacks where if he's playing for a team that I hate, I absolutely hate Baker Mayfield. But he's playing for a team that I either don't care for or like, then I love Baker Mayfield. Like he is just, and he's one of those, like he's a lightning rod type player to where I can see why people hate him. But I can also see why people love him. And I do think that because of his size and I don't want to say lack of
his story,
but yeah, I mean, like I feel like he gets undervalued a lot. And I think there's at least 15 teams in the league that would kill to have Baker Mayfield as their starting quarterback.
Couple injury updates from something we discussed a few hours ago. We mentioned injuries across the league, including 1 or 2 that happened today. Adam Schefter just tweeting out moments ago that the Chiefs evaluating Xavier Worthy for a shoulder injury. For those that don't know, Xavier Worthy hurt his shoulder on the 3rd play of the game last year and had to wear a harness, had to have surgery this offseason. So that's significant. We don't know if it's the same shoulder. My guess is it is. That's all we know right now. They're evaluating him. And then Cyrus Allen had to leave on a cart, now the front of a cart, with a lower leg injury. He's their 5th-round rookie wide receiver. That was the story of camp so far, so that's a big blow. The bigger blow would be Xavier Worthy. He's their number 2 wide receiver. But 2 receiver injuries on the same day. I'll just tell you this. If those end up being significant at all, then they have to go and sign somebody like Stephon Diggs. They'll have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, you're hovering that territory right now as it stands. I mean, like even if just one of those guys is out for a significant amount of time, like this is a year where the Chiefs need to bounce back, and we talked about it a little bit earlier. Like this is a year where they need as much good juju going into the season, and I think if they can get off to a good start, and you kind of said their schedule kind of matches up favorably for them at the beginning of the year, they need to get off to a really good start just to kind of set the table for the rest of the year. Because if they don't, and that feeling from last year lingers, then I mean, it's going to be bad. And obviously, the division, as we've talked about, has gotten tougher, and it's just going to be a bigger uphill battle. But you do have Patrick Mahomes going to be suiting up for Week 1. You need his weapons to be there right along with him, because Patrick Mahomes is going to, per his own words, his game's going to look a lot different. He's not going to be running the ball as much and relying on his legs, which has been such a huge part of his success over the last 5 years.
So a couple injuries to follow there in Kansas City. And then again, the news during the show that Ricky Pearsall's out for the season for the San Francisco 49ers, having knee surgery. That's probably why they signed Deebo Samuel a day or two ago. Up next, though, let's talk about injuries some more, including one of the most bizarre baseball injuries you'll ever hear next. BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. To use the token, all you got to do is add MLB bets to your bet slip, then activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. One of the crazier sports and certainly baseball injuries we've seen in a while happen this week, and now the Giants are trying to avoid paying Harrison Bader. That is because he was in a scooter accident where he reportedly drove his scooter into the back of a fire truck, and that fire truck then ran over his injured foot. Witnesses say Bader was seen drinking at various points during the night before the scooter accident. An all-timer, an absolute all-timer.
This is one of my favorite things about baseball. It's one of my absolute favorite things about baseball is the absurd injuries that cause guys to end up on the DL. Like I think back to John Smoltz injuring himself and burning himself from an iron. The story there being that he was ironing the shirt while he was still wearing it. That was never fully confirmed, but that was the rumor. Just guys having to miss times. You've heard of guys like tripping over sprinkler heads. Jeff Kent back in the day had to miss time from just jumping off the back of his truck. It's just wild. And this Harrison Bader injury is the latest in the long list of great baseball injuries.
Yeah, baseball is definitely the one. I remember Salvador Perez here basically was trying to carry his own luggage.
Yeah.
And he tripped.
Yes.
And he hyperextended his knee.
Yeah. The Salvador Perez is on the short list of great injuries. In fact, Alex, if you don't mind, I have put together a top 5 list of some of the greatest all-time injuries in baseball. Okay, we'll start. Look, we here at BetMGM Game Day, we don't do honorable mentions, mainly because there is no honor in a mention. But if we did, an honorable mention would have to go to Sammy Sosa in 2024, who sneezed so hard that he sprained a ligament in his lower back, and the 2 violent sneezes apparently caused back spasm, which sent Sosa to the DL. Jose Quintana in 2020, if you've ever been looking to get out of doing the dishes, allow Jose Quintana to be your guinea pig because he sustained a laceration on his left thumb that required 5 stitches after doing the dishes. So, if your wife comes to you, be like, hey, honey, can you do the dishes? Be like, look, I don't want to get stitches, okay? I don't want to end up in the ER like Jose Quintana did. You have your out built in right there. Zach Wheeler in 2020 hurt himself putting on pants. Aroldis Chapman got a leg infection in 2022 from a tattoo. Trevor Bauer, we all know about him cleaning his drone. He's just in an honorable mention if we did them because he at least played through the pain. But starting with number 5, okay? 1993, Glenn Allen Hill of the Toronto Blue Jays went on the disabled list after falling through a glass table, resulting in cuts and bruises to his feet, knees, and elbows. You're like, wait a minute, how did he fall through a glass table? Was he in like a Jason Statham movie or something? No, he had just woken up from a nightmare about spiders chasing him. And he was so afraid of spiders, and in his confused state, he fell through the glass table. So that to me, and that's just number 5 on the list, okay? They're only getting better from here. Number 4, 94, Steve Sparks of the Milwaukee Brewers. This is a guy who tried tearing a telephone book in half, which led to him dislocating his left shoulder, trying to rip apart the phone book. And this was before he made it to the big leagues. He was able to eventually make it to the big leagues. But shout out Steve Sparks. I think we've all been there, maybe in college, Alex, right? Like where you're like, you think you could do something like, because maybe your frat brothers put you onto it. Like, oh, I bet you can't tear that phone book in half. And you're like, yeah, I can. How many beers? Boom. And you try and do it. And then you end up dislocating your shoulder.
Of course.
Number 3. This is Jeremy Affeldt, and Jeremy Affeldt could have had 3 slots on this list just based on the number of times he got injured from 2011 to 2015. In September 2011, he cut his hand while trying to separate frozen hamburger patties for a barbecue.
How's that? You can cut yourself from that?
Apparently. Look, I was just trying to do that the other day. I got a box of Bubba's Burgers, and I was grilling out for my family the other day. I will say, it is so hard to separate those frozen burger patties apart from each other. So I can't discredit him there, but ending up on the DL because of it, I mean, look, shout out to Jeremy. But then the next season, he sprained his right knee when his 4-year-old son jumped into his arms. Look, I don't care if you've got, a boy as big as Mark McGuire's son back in the day. Like, you still got to be able to catch your 4-year-old son when he jumps into your arms. And then in August 2015, same guy, Jeremy Affeldt, partially dislocated his left knee while playing with his kids on an off day at the lake in Washington. I think, look, Jeremy, you need to stop playing with your kids because you're like Samuel L. Jackson as Mr. Glass, right? Like, you're just so injury prone there. Maybe just keep yourself in saran wrap on off days. And then these are my 2 favorite items on the list, okay? Number 2, 2006, Joel Zumaya of the Detroit Tigers, playing the popular video game Guitar Hero, missed 3 games. Injured his wrist playing Guitar Hero. Now, look, those amongst us who have not gone all out on a guitar solo of Guns N' Roses or, Sweet Child of Mine on Guitar Hero, cast the first stone, okay? But he injured his wrist, and this led to Xbox 360 version of Guitar Hero 2. Zamaya got a special message in the credits, which read, quote, "No pitchers were harmed in the making of this game, except for one, Joel Zamaya. He had it coming." And lastly, the newest addition to this list gets the number 1 seed, 2026, Harrison Bader, out for the season after a scooter accident where he reportedly drove his scooter into the back of a fire truck, and that fire truck ran over his injured foot. Witnesses are saying that he was seen drinking at various points during the night before the scooter accident. You think? What are you going to tell us next, witnesses? The sky was blue that day? Yeah, of course he was drinking. That's not an injury. That's a Mr. Bill skit. That is how Kenny from South Park dies in every episode of South Park, by running his scooter into a fire truck and then getting run over by the fire truck. Like, I'm pretty sure this was ripped straight out of a screenplay for a Naked Gun movie. So Harrison Bader, look, you may be out for the year, but you just made your way to the top of baseball lore as the greatest injury in baseball history. An all-timer, a scooter into a fire truck, to which that fire truck then backs up over your foot. Phenomenal. I freaking love Harrison Bader.
The last part's for like the first part, just running into the fire truck with a scooter is bad enough. But by the way, what's the fire truck backing up onto his foot for, though? I guess that's what I'm confused by. He ran into the fire truck, but then what prompted the fire truck to back up onto his foot?
Who in the hell knows? That's the best part about this. Like, I like to imagine, like, afterwards, like, some pigeons flew by and then also pooped on his shoulder. Like, it was just like it was like the ultimate Charlie Brown moment for Harrison Bader. It just so phenomenal, and I cannot get enough. In fact, this is the reporting we need done, okay? Never mind Kyle Shanahan and his car wreck, that mysterious car wreck that, wasn't reported on for 2 weeks. I want reporters to do some deep diving on this story, and if we can get some security footage, I want to find out. I want to see for myself what happened on this day that led Harrison Bader to be out for the year.
And it's cost him a lot of money, too. The Giants said, "We're not paying you, dude. You were an idiot. We're not paying you." He also has owed money next year. We'll see what happens. But he signed a 2-year, $20 million contract with the Giants.
Right. And if you look at that contract, there is a clause in his contract that talks about if you do run your scooter into a fire truck and that fire truck runs over your foot, your contract is void. So,
it's
he
right
never should have. He should have read the clause in the contract.
I mean, you got to make sure you get that in there. That it's okay if that happens, but he didn't. That's bad. His agent did not help him out at all.
His agent.
It's
on his agent. It is on his agent.
Man,
I mean, like, it is crazy. Like, it is the lore of baseball injuries. I mean, and there's still so many that I did not even. There was one player back in the day who got ran over by an infield tarp on a rain delay. Like, Vince Coleman back in 1985, he was run over by the tarp. Ricky Henderson fell asleep with an ice pack on his foot that he got frostbite in August.
I did hear about that one.
Your very own George Brett in Kansas City heard his friend coming to bat on television, sprinted to the TV and smashed his toe into the doorway and broke it. So you could say George Brett got hurt watching TV. Like, it's just, it is just so. Matty Cordova got face burned so fast, so bad in a tanning bed that where doctors ordered him to avoid sunlight. So he had to miss day games in the coming weeks after that injury. Like, there's just so many baseball injuries. We could literally spend all 5 hours here on BetMGM Game Day just going over the greatest injuries all time in baseball. And Harrison Bader might have just given us the best one ever.
My favorite thing is that was supposed to be a top 5 list, and I think Austin just gave us 30, which is the best part about that whole thing as well. All right, up next, let's talk some college football. Hear from Kurt Signetti. 3 o'clock out east. Final hour for us here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll talk some more MLB trade deadline in the back half of this hour. Quiet so far, very quiet, honestly, so far on the MLB trade deadline side of things. We actually have our first MLB game of the day starting here in about 5 to 7 minutes. The Blue Jays and Cardinals getting underway. So we'll talk some baseball, also mix in some more NFL this hour. You can watch the show on YouTube, Twitch, and make sure you search BetMGM tonight. But I do want to get to some college football, as all the conferences' media days, I think, essentially are wrapped up now. But we had the Big 12 a few weeks back, the SEC and the Big 10 this week. And Kurt Cignetti of the national champion Indiana Hoosiers was speaking to the media. And, well, he had this to say about the SEC.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain, all right? And that's why we're the best.
As a Midwest guy myself, I love it. I love it.
You can't argue the fact, though. I mean, like, you really can't. And it's like, I understand, like, it may be Kurt Cignetti is wearing thin with a lot of football fans because not only is he good, but he's arrogant. And Saban had that a little bit, but Saban was more coy with his arrogance, right? Like, he was more like subtle with, like, he was still very arrogant, and he still is to this day with the way, just last week we talked about him hyping up the SEC and how hard it is to, to make it in this league, and he's not even coaching in it anymore, but he still has that arrogance. He's just more subtle with it. Cignetti is just like, hey, I'm good and I know it. You don't know me, Google me, right? Like, it's like he's been bold like that. But you cannot discredit the things he's saying because, you don't think the Big Ten is the best conference in football? They've just won the last three national titles with three separate teams, one of which is the losingest franchise in college football. Like, it's like Kurt Cignetti has brought a bottom feeder in the Big Ten and made them not just the best in the Big Ten, the best in the entire country. And he went out and completely dismantled and derobed a freaking Alabama team at the Rose Bowl last year. Like, it's hard to argue against him with what he's saying.
Oh, the Big Ten is the best conference right now. That's why we have seen the narrative and the arguments, whether we're talking about the Protect Sports Act or anything else that has happened in the last few years. The SEC does not like that they're no longer in charge, and they can dictate the way the sport goes the way they used to. They used to be clearly the front runner. They're obviously number two in this entire thing, but the Big Ten, when you win the national championships as often as they have here since post-COVID, really, yeah, they're the best conference. Kurt Cignetti's 100% right, too. I think there is definitely a lot of whining happening in SEC country and coming up with excuses. I already saw some reporters in SEC country trying to set the table for, why they should get X amount of teams in the SEC or in the college football playoff this year before the season has even started. You can already tell they're trying to set the narrative. So yeah, I mean, this is where we're at with college football in particular right now. The Big Ten is running the show.
Yeah, and you do see a lot of people on TV carrying the water for the SEC and how much of a gauntlet it is. But notice the people that are carrying the water. Like I saw this week, Laura Rutledge, who I respect, and I think she does a
that's the clip
job,
I saw. Yep.
Covering college football. But she was saying, with the 9-game conference schedule, first of all, the SEC has never had a 9-game conference schedule. This will be the first year for that. But she's saying, it's such a gauntlet to go through week in and week out. Okay. Where was that when, it's so funny. It's like when the SEC was the best conference in football, and they were for a long time. You got to give them their flowers. Where was that, like they were almost using the gauntlet they had to go through week in and week out as to why they were the best. Now you're saying they're not the best because of that gauntlet that they have to go through week in and week out. Like, it's funny to me that, it's a lot of goal line moving amongst SEC fans. But I do feel like college football fans are getting smarter over the years. Like, it's like we're not falling to the trap of, oh, because you're on TV and you're telling me that the SEC is a gauntlet. Like, I saw a lot of people pushing back on Laura Rutledge for those claims this week. And really, it's not just Laura Rutledge. It's so many people that work for the 4-letter network have tried to make the claim that, oh, well, the SEC is still the toughest in football, or it's the deepest in football from top to bottom. Look, fans are smarter than they were in years past. Like, we can see the ESPN is in bed with SEC. Of course, they're going to try and hype their own product. And of course, they're going to try and disparage, a product that is not theirs with the Big Ten. Fans are starting to see that more, and I actually love that about fans, because fans are getting smarter, and it's like, look, we're not going to fall for this same shtick of you selling us your propaganda week in and week out about the conference that you air a network for.
Yeah, the Big Ten has won each of the last 3 national championships. Of course, Indiana this past year, then it was Ohio State, Michigan the year prior. So let's take a look at some odds over at BetMGM and whether or not the Big Ten can win a championship for a 4th season. So Ohio State is the favorite right now, 6-1. Notre Dame, 6.5-1. Then you got Texas, 6.5-1 as well. Those are the favorites right now. Then Indiana, the defending champs. Oregon, 8-1. Georgia, 9-1. Out of the grouping of the top odds getters, you've got Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon, Michigan out of the Big Ten. And then you got Texas, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, A&M, Ole Miss, Oklahoma. So more teams in the SEC higher on the odds board overall to win the championship. But again, when you look at these teams, I know we had a guest on a few weeks ago was making the case with Ohio State's schedule, right? Or was that you? I thought it was our guest. Maybe it was you. That was maybe. You know what? It was you were gone. PJ Glasser was filling in for you. I apologize. PJ Glasser was filling in. He was making the case schedule-wise that Ohio State. Don't be surprised if somehow they end up out of the college football playoff mix, just because of how difficult the schedule is. They got all these tough games, but you can't really be a 3. You get to that 3-4 loss territory. Obviously, you're not getting in.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And I mean, like, even just like, going back to the comparativeness of the leagues to each other, the SEC obviously had a losing record against the Big Ten head to head, which, I mean, there's really no other way you could settle a debate than just letting the teams play it out. And you had obviously, the 2 best teams from each conference in Alabama and Indiana duke it out in the Rose Bowl last year. And we all know how that ended up. But the SEC was 3-4 against the Big Ten last year, losing record. But even more so, you take it to the entire Power 5, right? The SEC was 13-13 against the other Power 5 conferences last year. Or excuse me, I guess the other 4 Power P5 conferences. They were 13-13. The Big Ten was 13-9. That's a big difference right there. Obviously, they played 4 less games, but I mean, a 500 record against literally every other major division, that's not the best in conference in football. All right. Yeah. Maybe a gauntlet to go up against yourselves the whole time. And, we all know the SEC is undefeated in hypothetical games where, if Indiana had to play Texas's schedule, they'd lose out. And if Texas had to play Indiana's schedule, they'd be national champions. The SEC has never lost a hypothetical matchup in the history of football, just per SEC fans. However, we're not playing hypotheticals. We're playing actual football. And when we play actual football, the SEC is 500 against the other 4 Power 5 conferences. That's not the best. So I'm just like, I think SEC fans, even the most diehard, are starting to come around to the fact. It's like, yeah, okay, hand raised. Kind of like Kurt Signetti says, like, when the Big Ten is down, the Big Ten doesn't cry and whine and complain that they're not the best. I think that you're seeing the most diehard of SEC fans start to sway. It's like, okay, you're right. The Big Ten is the best right now. Could the SEC get there again? Certainly. Yes, without question. They have such great programs built in to their conference. It's just a matter of, will they? I don't know. That is why we watch the games every Saturday.
Yeah, I also think though that a lot of this is all NIL related. Don't you believe? I mean, post NIL era or since the NIL era, that's when the Big Ten has taken this step forward. Not that the SEC schools don't have money, but the playing field has been leveled quite a bit. I mean, Indiana. Anytime we talk about this, like Kurt Signetti, of course, has done a ridiculous job, but he wouldn't have been able to turn around as quickly if this was not the NIL transfer portal era that we live in. Now, he has maximized it more than anybody else. There's no excuses for any other coach, but just that's kind of the point, though, that the SEC doesn't have the leg up and the advantage. Prior to NIL, they were able to navigate things a little easier, right, financially, whether it was above board or not.
Yeah, no, the timing could not be worse for the SEC with their turn in, losing the stronghold on the sport. Now, yeah, as the rest of the country can pay players now, it is interesting that, the SEC is no longer the top dog in the sport. And you are starting to see parity all across the sport, not just with the power shifting from the SEC to the Big Ten, but other conferences are starting to play better and teams are getting better. But where it's most prevalent, in my opinion, is on the recruiting boards. I think of this past year's recruiting board, 5 of the top 7 recruits went to non-SEC schools. It used to be 6 of the top 7 were going to SEC schools. Now just 2 out of 7. That to me is like the biggest shakeup of like, okay, so the highest rated recruits in the country are no longer saying we're going to go to the Alabamas, the Tennessees, the Floridas, the Georgias. We're going to go to the Big Tens. I mean, hell, even Indiana is recruiting better now. Like it's the Ohio States, the Michigans. Like you are starting to see just where the money is, or where, I guess, the players are following the money, and that money is no longer just in the SEC anymore.
Who do you think, going at the odds at BetMGM, who do you think in the SEC has the best shot, though, truly this year? I mean, odds-wise, Texas has the best odds to win the national championship out of the SEC. Then you would have to go to Georgia, who's 9-1. Then you got to skip down further on the odds board and find Alabama 15-1, LSU 15-1, A&M 15-1. Of course, Lane Kiffin and LSU we talked about last week. And then further down the board, you got Trinidad Chambliss and Ole Miss at 25-1. If you could only pick an SEC team, not that you think one will win, but if you could only pick one SEC team this far out, who would you actually bet money on right now to win the national championship? Do you trust Texas? Because the big question, of course, is Manning and whether or not he is improved as a quarterback, which I thought he did toward the end of last season.
I'll be honest, I don't trust Texas. They've got a really, here we are, we're talking about, the SEC gauntlet. But, I mean, it is true. Texas does have a tough schedule this year. They have to play Ohio State at home. They go on the road to Knoxville to take on the Vols. Obviously, their game against Oklahoma, it doesn't matter the rankings in that game. That is one that I feel like the lesser of the two teams always wins that one. And then if they go to Baton Rouge later on in the year and end the year at A&M. So, like, they have a tough road schedule. So, I just don't trust, Arch Manning got off to that slow start last year before really turning it around. Who do I think is going to win? I think it's going to be Georgia. Kind of like Emory Hunt said on our show earlier today. I trust Georgia the most to win it, but where am I going to put the money? I mean, like, look, Ole Miss at 25-1, Trinidad Chambliss, like, and they've got a major chip on their shoulder this year, going, with Lane Kiffin and having something to prove there. But then also, I kind of like Lane Kiffin at LSU and seeing how he could turn around what is, in my opinion, a sleeping giant in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, I'm down on Ole Miss this year. I like Trinidad, but I think with the OC change and now that it's removed from the run they went, I think they're going to fall off a little bit. I'm a little concerned about what they're going to actually be this year. Texas A&M is tricky to me because I know they're hard to buy into, but value-wise, I think they're sneaky at 15-1. Even if I think the whole yell leader thing or whatever they do there, the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life in College Station. I've been there. It's a great atmosphere, though. Kyle Field is absolutely incredible. If you've never been, it's a very, very cool place to watch a football game. But, that would be my team I would pick, I think, out of this list. Marcel Reed, they got one of the better quarterbacks in the country. I think he's going to keep getting better and better. Now, they lost they lost their offensive coordinator as well. Colin Klein, he's now the head coach at Kansas State. They lost him towards the end of last season.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that do for that offense? That'd be the only big question mark there.
Yeah, I like what Mike Elko has done there too. I do feel like he has kind of made them, I don't want to say back to relevance because they've always fairly been relevant, even when they weren't necessarily winning. But I do feel like he has kind of re-energized that school, and I always feel like Texas A&M is always there in the hunt. Obviously, as you said, the 15-1 odds to win the SEC. I think that's a fair pick. If it came down to LSU versus A&M, if you had to pick one of the two to I guess to fare better in the SEC, which one are you taking?
Yeah, that's a great question. LSU, I just think ultimately, and usually with the pressure and everything, despite the resources, I don't think it's never as seamless as we all think it's going to be. So as great for college football as it would be for Lane Kiffin and LSU year one to go into a deep college football playoff run, it's not going to be that smooth. I just don't buy it. So I'll pick A&M actually.
Well, and plus you have to factor in even if LSU does make the playoff and they do start to go on a run, what job is Lane Kiffin taking next, right? Because you got to assume he's out the door already. Like if they make the playoff, he's going to be looking to that next job and seeing where he's going. Like you can never trust Lane Kiffin. You can't. He's on Indeed.com right now searching jobs. He's dusting off his resume and just having it ready to press send. Probably around November of this year when things maybe go awry or he loses a game in Baton Rouge.
We'll talk plenty more college football as we get closer to the season. Remember, this show will be airing during every college football Saturday, so we'll have some live updates throughout the show. Looking forward to that. We'll switch up the show a little bit when we have some college football games going on. Looking forward to that here at the end of August, week 0. August 29th, I think, is the first college football weekend, if you want to count week 0 as that.
No, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you're a week 0 believer because week 0 deserves more love. That is look, for those of us that have been waiting all offseason for football, if you're gonna be one of those people that gets hyped about NFL training camp, then you should be getting hyped about week 0 because that is actual football being played.
I mean, North Carolina TCU, I think, is the first game of the year with Michael Lombardi being suspended, administrative leave, and what a mess. What a mess that is. All right, up next, let's get you updated on what's going on in the MLB trade deadline and a few other NFL headlines here on Westwood One Sports. All right, back here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We will get to the trade deadline in a second, but just an update as we've been keeping an eye on injuries in NFL training camp. Throughout the show today, we talked about a couple of the wide receiver injuries in Kansas City at training camp. Adam Schefter just sent out an update in the last 5 minutes or so, which is that Cyrus Allen, a shin bruise. So way better news than the way it was looking earlier today when he was carted off, and you're thinking knee injuries and all that. Nothing's broken. Nothing's torn. The Chiefs rookie 5th-round wide receiver that has become a story throughout camp. I'm guessing he'll be back next week when pads are on. A shin bruise, I'm sure it doesn't feel great, but much better versus, of course, the alternative, which I think everybody was fearing in knee, ACL, whatever it might have been. So just an update on the injury front there. That's obviously a good sign for Cyrus Allen and for the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, you were sidetracked during the break, and I want to talk about this too. You sent me a link to an interview that Kyle Brandt did with Aaron Rodgers, and
yes
you couldn't get enough of this. Fill us in. I did not read all of it the way you
okay
did. I saw the headline.
Yeah. Basically, Kyle Brandt is out at Pittsburgh Steelers training camp. Kyle Brandt, a guy I used to work side by side with at Jim Rome when he was the EP for Rome. Yeah, and a great dude. I love Kyle Brandt so much, and he's to me he's one of the most talented people in media, all sports.
Yes.
He's at training camp. He has a great relationship with Aaron Rodgers. He's had him on multiple podcasts. He's done with interviews with Aaron Rodgers at times when nobody else could land interviews with Aaron Rodgers. So the relationship there is extremely good. Better than the relationship that we would have said Aaron Rodgers had with his family up until last week when he posted those photos with his family. Well, Kyle Brandt sat down with him at Steelers training camp and asked him about reuniting with his family. And a really heartfelt question from Kyle Brandt. He's like, he said, like, I was genuinely moved by seeing that. And I think a lot of us were. Even if you hate Aaron Rodgers, it is like there's this feeling that you feel inside of you just to see people who had such disdain and that were so closed off from each other reuniting. Like it does good things for the soul. So I completely understand that aspect.
Absolutely.
Well, Kyle Brandt asked Aaron Rodgers, like, what led to this? Like, what was it that, like, made you come around to, going full circle in your life? And Aaron Rodgers talked a lot about, I just, I felt like it, it just felt like it was time. I've kind of, as I get older in my career, I am kind of seeing things in a full circle moment. And obviously, we saw him reunite with Mike McCarthy this year as well. Two people that we didn't think would ever reunite. And here they are back together in Pittsburgh. But then Aaron Rodgers said that it stemmed from long conversations he had with his wife. And his wife played a big hand in him reuniting with his family, which might very well be true. But at this point, that's like Aaron Rodgers saying he had long conversations with a unicorn and that unicorn helped him get back together with his family. Like, Aaron Rodgers, where is this wife that he speaks so glowingly of? It is so weird to me that we as NFL fans got photos of Aaron Rodgers with his estranged family before we ever even got a photo of Aaron Rodgers with the woman that he is married to. He has a ring on his finger, and that is the only proof of marriage that we have of him with. We don't even have photos of them before they got married, when they were merely dating. But yet there's this woman that has led to him reuniting with his family. We have photos of him reunited with Mike McCarthy before we have photos with him and his wife. Like, at this point, I'm fully expecting photos of Aaron Rodgers with freaking Bigfoot before we ever get a photo of Aaron Rodgers with his wife. Who is this wife? And Kyle Brandt, look, I love him. I think I think he is the best in sports media than anyone. Like, I just think the world of him, and he's so incredibly talented. But the easy follow-up there is about the wife. Where is this wife? Where is she? Is she standing off camera? If so, can we get a quick pan to her? Like, I don't know where this wife is or who she is. And Alex, you know that we have had multiple reporters from the Pittsburgh area and multiple NFL writers come onto this show. And almost every single one of them, I ask, what do you have any insight onto Aaron Rodgers' wife? Do you know anything? And every single one of them have told us, I know nothing about this wife. Like, I know, I hear him talk about her all the time, but I've never once seen her. This is the greatest mystery. This is bigger than Manti Te'o's catfish story from back in the day, because Manti Te'o's girlfriend,
okay. I don't know about
I'm
that.
just saying,
I
I don't know if this woman is real. We could be getting catfished by Aaron Rodgers. So until we see proof of life from this woman, I will continue to die on this hill as to whether or not Aaron Rodgers is actually married.
You are, yeah, you're really locked into this. I think it is strange and bizarre. We have not seen a photo of his wife. I don't care as much as I think you do to find out, but it is odd. It is very odd. I also agree that the family stuff, I thought when we saw the photo with him and his family finally, I think that's just a sign that he knows football is almost over. And I could see if you actually had a real wife, it is something your wife would say, like, hey, you should really connect with your parents. Like, I could see if you were in a relationship with even a girlfriend, I could see even a girlfriend saying, hey, like, you really should talk to your parents. Like, you need to talk to, like, I could totally see that being a thing. So it makes sense, but it's just, unless his wife truly is like, hey, I have no interest in ever being out there in the public eye, and I know once football's over, it'll be easier for us to stay out of the spotlight. Fine. I also the problem with that is I don't think Aaron Rodgers will just disappear either. I think Aaron Rodgers likes the attention too much. So I just don't believe that once he retires that he's just going to vanish for a decade and we don't see him.
That's the thing about, you're right. Yeah, that's a great point about Aaron Rodgers. He loves the spotlight. He loves the attention. And that is no state secret. That's not like, and that's not opinion based. Like, Aaron Rodgers loves having people talking about Aaron Rodgers, which is why I don't understand why he wouldn't, like, even like a photo. We got photos of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel kissing in a Tribeca bar from 6 years ago. If there was a photo that existed of Aaron Rodgers, it would leak somehow. We would somehow get it. Like, people are too good and at finding things on the internet, and yet nobody has been able to find anything on Aaron Rodgers' wife, which to me tells me that whole thing is made up. At this point, I am leaning on it is like when you're in grade school growing up and you had an imaginary friend. I think Aaron Rodgers has an imaginary wife. I'm just going out and say it, and until I am proved wrong on this, I will continue to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I've got a lot of questions as well. It is really bizarre. I guess his teammates don't care. I just would wonder, like, the wives don't say, hey, have you met Aaron's wife, the other wives and the girlfriends? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, and it's like, we've talked to Pittsburgh beat writers. We've talked to people that cover this team day in and day out that are in the locker room with Aaron Rodgers. And they have all said, yeah, I've never seen her. I have no proof of life. I got nothing for you. And I'm wondering, like, I would love to stick Aaron Rodgers' wife's photo on the back of a milk carton, but we don't have a photo of her. So I don't even know what she looks like. I don't even know what I'm looking for. You know what? Aaron Rodgers' wife could be in the room with us right here, right now, and we wouldn't know it.
So that had Austin's attention during the commercial break, to say the least. As you can tell, he's very fired up about Aaron Rodgers' potential wife that may or may not exist. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. While we're on the NFL, let me get to some other headlines, and we'll spend the last segment talking MLB trade deadline. Thinking of a team that Aaron Rodgers used to play for, the Green Bay Packers, Tucker Kraft, their tight end there in Green Bay, has been taken off the PUP list, which is obviously a great sign. He was having a really good season until that season-ending injury. But that doesn't mean, just because he's off the PUP list doesn't mean he's full go week one, but it's a good sign. We know Micah Parsons is not going to be ready week one. This is a big reason why on the Packers, I don't know where you're at, I'm a little down on them this year. Like they're a team that I could see slipping back a little bit. They were a playoff team a year ago. I love their coaching staff. I think Jordan Love is very good. I get worried it's another year older Josh Jacobs. Again, Micah's not going to be available early on. What's Tucker Kraft look like after this? Can Christian Watson stay healthy? That would be my biggest worry there in Green Bay, knowing the division is as tough as it is. But Tucker Kraft getting removed from the pup list is definitely a great sign for them.
Yeah, we heard Ben Johnson earlier this week talk about how his Bears are the number one regression candidate. To me, I think it's the team just north. I think it's the Packers are the number one regression team. Like I don't expect them to do much. I do think the world of Matt LaFleur, and I think he is a phenomenal coach, but I don't trust Jordan Love. I don't trust their wide receiver group. And if they can't stay healthy, like then that's just only going to play into my feeling as to why I think they are going to pull back. And it's not so much of even just the Green Bay Packers that I don't believe in. I think the rest of that division is getting better. I think the Bears are going to be better. I think the Vikings with
Kyler,
McCarthy and Kyler Murray, I think I think they're going to be better. I trust in KOC. I don't know about the Lions. I don't know if we're going to see more of the Lions from 2 years ago or if they're going to continue to regress as they did last year. But I just think that division as a whole is going to be extremely difficult. And I don't know if the Packers are going to be able to keep pace. If they do, all the credit in the world to Matt LaFleur and his staff. But I think they're fighting an uphill battle, especially with these early injuries that they're dealing with.
The other big injury update today, Ricky Pearsall, the 49ers, out for the year, going to need knee surgery. Big blow for them. It's why they brought in Deebo Samuel. So that wide receiver room is Deebo. You've got Mike Evans. That's the big headline to go there. And then Christian Kirk. Thank goodness they got Mike Evans convinced to go out there to San Francisco. Otherwise, they would be in some big trouble. And then they do have a rookie a little bit further down the depth chart in Stribling that maybe could develop as the year goes on. But health, once again, is kind of the theme, the story around this 49ers team, and this happening before the season even starts.
Yeah, Deebo is he's a fair consolation prize for Ricky Pearsall being out. I know it is funny because but look, they're going to miss Brandon Ayuk this year. They're going to. He's a insane talent. Obviously,
he's gone.
He comes with so much baggage off the field. Right. He is out the door. Mike Evans is. I worry about Mike Evans. I worry about his health, but also his age. How much does he have left in the tank, and if he's still going to be able to produce? That wide receiver core is not as great as it once was. But if you're going to miss out on Ricky Pearsall for the entire year, as we learned this morning, Deebo Samuel, I think, will be able to do great things, and him paired with Kyle Shanahan, even if Kyle Shanahan can return from injury, I do like the fact that they've got another weapon in that offense that, almost like a wide receiver version of Christian McCaffrey, that you can just do so many things with. You could put him in the backfield. You can split him out wide. You can, there's just a lot you can do with Deebo. And so I like that, but it does suck that they are going to be out without Ricky Pearsall.
Up next, let's get the latest on the MLB trade deadline. Quiet so far, but some predictions on what could happen tomorrow or before Monday evening's deadline. We'll do that right here on BetMGM Game Day. BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token. To use the token over at BetMGM, add any golf wager to your bet slip and then activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Final segment of this Saturday. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I was hoping, Austin, man, it was going to be a little more active on the MLB trade deadline for us here on this Saturday, but we're going to probably have to wait till tomorrow or maybe right up to the deadline Monday. A minor move or two. Duvall, the closer from the Yankees, or not closer, reliever, I should say, from the Yankees, ends up going to the Pirates for a couple prospects. Bo Naylor was traded earlier today, but these are, with all due respect to those guys, pretty minor moves. The big splash is Skubal, and until he gets moved, I don't know if we'll get any of the other pitchers like Peralta and others on the move. And so we're all just kind of waiting around, I feel like, to see when do the Tigers finally pull the trigger on a deal. Does the asking price go down? Is that why you're waiting if you're a team like the Dodgers or the Braves? Are you waiting it out and seeing if you can get a lower asking price from the Tigers the closer we get to the deadline? Because I think Detroit has signaled finally that despite all the talk prior to the All-Star break, I think they recognize that 6.5 back in the AL Central, even if you make up that ground, is this team really capable of doing enough to where you're not going to want to get something back for your future, which is what Skubal being moved will do?
Yeah, it kind of feels like a no-hitter in baseball. Like if you talk about the no-hitter, obviously that's bad juju for it. Like, should we talk about the trade deadline more? Like, should we bring it up more just to see, like, almost be like, hey, just so you know, Tarek Skubal hasn't been traded yet. We just keep saying that over and over. It's like the same as saying, hey, we got a no-hitter going right now. Like, is that what it takes for the baseball gods to like start to get this trade deadline going? Because that right now the hot stove has been, I mean, like it is lukewarm at best. It's not even.
Yes.
It's not even. I would put my hand on the stove right now, like if it was right here in front of me. Like that's how just a nothing burger baseball has produced. But we said earlier, I think Tarek Skubal, once he goes, then you will start to see the flurry of moves because teams are waiting. Every team in baseball wants Tarek Skubal on their franchise.
Sure.
But will every team go to the length that it's going to take cost to get him? Obviously, we know the Dodgers are probably the only team that have the means to do so, but it shows how hungry they are. Jeff Passan, he predicted that Skubal will end up with the Atlanta Braves, which I do think is the Atlanta Braves are another team with a strong farm system that could potentially pay for that, and they could use him. Obviously, they find themselves in an oddly tight battle with in the East, obviously they have an 8-game lead on the Phillies, but the Phillies have been playing hot over the last couple of months. So, and with their record, they're right up there with the Brewers and Dodgers with having the best record in baseball. So then you start talking about making it to October, having that home field advantage throughout. It'll be interesting. I don't know, man. I'm getting antsy. I want to see something happen. I want to see that hot stove get turned on.
No question. Yeah, and maybe it is. Maybe it is tomorrow. I think the bats are going to be interesting to watch too. There's not many right-handed outfield bats on these contending teams or who we perceive to be contending teams. And there's not that many right-hand bats available, but it's kind of become a commodity. So there might be some right-hand bats that get more than you normally would. I brought up Lane Thomas earlier in the show. You might get a little bit more out of Lane Thomas than you would in another I should say, trade market. Luis Robert is a name to watch. That could he be on the move before this thing is over? Arise is another name, just in general, that could be on the move. Those are some of the bats that I think we're all keeping an eye on as we move forward in the next 48 to 72 hours.
Yeah, I've also seen names like Randy Arozarena potentially being on the block for the Mariners, which would I don't know if I completely understand that because I don't understand why the Mariners wouldn't want to be buyers at the deadline. But the Orioles are also like a linchpin in this whole thing. Like, what are they going to do? Because they could go either way with buying or selling at the deadline. People have no idea what they're going to do. But you are starting to see guys like Casey Mize get scratched from his start as a potential trade candidate from the Tigers. And the Angels, they scratched Jose Soriano from his scheduled start. So yeah, I will say hashtag HugWatch is on full display right now. Like it is, if you're watching baseball today on this Saturday, and we've got a great slate of games that I just saw earlier today, like it is a great day for baseball. If your team is a seller, or really any team, honestly, if you're a buyer, be on the lookout for guys getting pulled from games. Hashtag HugWatch is in full effect. And when they get pulled out of the game, you have to look closely at the hug. All right, camera guys, we need you to do the Lord's work today. We need you to zoom in on those dugouts, and we need to see, are the hugs like, hey, great outing, great job, day at the plate today, or day on the mound, like great job? Or are these long, prolonged hugs of for guys that are like, I'm going to miss you, man. I'm going to miss having you around this clubhouse. Like, that's what you really have to look at as baseball fans, because over the next 2.5 days, we'll probably get a lot of those.
That, and then, this is where you follow the baseball diehards are on social media, following the reporters at the AAA level to see who gets pulled from a game at AAA.
Yes,
That's also the other angle of this too. So-and-so's not in the lineup for the AAA squad or got pulled in the fourth inning. He's all of a sudden a prospect that's involved in a trade. Like, that's how sometimes we find out about a trade going down, if all of a sudden a prospect in the Dodgers organization tonight or tomorrow gets pulled, in the fourth inning. We're like, what's going on?
Yeah, the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes or whatever is the Dodgers farm system team. Like, you got to keep an eye on them. The Oklahoma City, the team that they've got in Oklahoma City. Like, the people, look, I said the cameramen are doing the Lord's work. That paired with those people that follow minor league baseball are doing the Lord's work, because they will tip you off as to what could go down before it goes down, even before the passings of the worlds report it. So keep an eye. Just keep your head on a swivel the next 2.5 days. I'm really hoping it gets good, because I think baseball has the best trade deadline of any sport. And when it's good, there's nothing that compares. When it's bad, it's still good. It's like pizza and sex and the MLB trade deadline. Even when it's bad, it's still good. But when it is good, it is absolutely worth watching and following.
We'll see. We'll see if we get it here for the MLB trade deadline. By the way, I was looking at BetMGM a minute ago. Just some of the odds as we head into post-trade deadline in a few days. The Dodgers, no surprise, the heavy favorites to win the World Series, plus 165. Yankees, second best odds, 5.5 to 1. Brewers there at 8 to 1. They acquired Bo Naylor today. Atlanta, 10 to 1. I'm sure those odds would shift quite a bit, though, Austin. If they traded for Skubal, they'd probably easily move ahead of the Brewers for the third best odds in all of baseball. You got the Rays, who always figure it out, 15 to 1. You mentioned the Phillies. They have the same odds as the Boston Red Sox. So two teams that fired their managers in season, both 19 to 1 win the World Series, and both have played much better baseball post-firing, including the Red Sox, who at 1.1. What was it? Was it 14 in a row, or was it 16 in a row? I can't remember what the streak got to.
Yeah, 14 in a row, and they just got a big one last night in Los Angeles, the Red Sox. They're playing great baseball, man. It's wild. They've made things really interesting there in that East. Especially as the Rays kind of continue to stumble, but the Yankees stay hot and everything. I before we get out of here, Alex, I do want to ask you: have you seen the Odyssey yet?
I have not.
Okay. Is there any interest there, or you're like, I've read the book, so I'm good?
Yeah, like I'm not. I would rather go see the new Spider-Man movie. Like this weekend, if I'm going to a movie, I'm going to go see the new Spider-Man before I would go see Odyssey. Although I have heard, again, the cinematography and everything's incredible, but I know the story already.
Yeah. I'm curious because I'm going tonight with my wife. So Spider-Man Brand New Day has a 2 hour and 25 minute runtime. The runtime for the Odyssey is close to 3 hours. And we brought this up, I believe Zach, our producer, or maybe it was Grant, one of our board ops here, it literally brought up like, hey, you got to have a game plan going into this movie because it's a long movie. And I'm getting, dinner and drinks with my wife before the movie. I have to plan out the bathroom breaks. Like I have to be really strategic about this. Like, do I go in like, do I watch the trailers and then, you know, on the last trailer run and go to the bathroom? Because I don't know. I need some sort of game plan going into this because I want to try and not go during the movie. I know Grant has been pushing the Run TV app.
Does he have a stake in this company, this app? What is this?
I don't know. You would think he does, but he's been trying to push it hard on us of like, you know, it tells you when in movies to go to the bathroom. So maybe that's my play, but I just wish me luck.
I think you'll figure it out, but 3 hours, man, that is a long movie. That's a long runtime. Although I've been told people that saw it, they're like, did not get a countdown there at the end. That's my fault too. But I was waiting for the 30, 20.
Oh yeah.